recall of Donald Trump will take place in February. Now live to the Senate floor on C-SPAN 2.
The Senate will come to order, and the chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, the rock of our salvation, teach us to live as contemplative activists, reflecting your sacred guidance and obeying your commands. Remind our lawmakers that you direct the steps of good people, leading the faithful to the destination you have chosen. Lord, stir the hearts of our senators until they possess a holiness that strives to carve tunnels of hope through mountains of despair. We offer you our hearts, mighty God, for we trust your prevailing and loving providence. We pray in your great name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is a leader let me put in a
Mr. President,
the senator from Hawaii.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President,
Democratic leader is
are we in a quorum
recognized.
call? I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, this week, the Senate will continue confirming President Biden's highly qualified and history-making cabinet nominees. In a few hours, we'll hold a vote on Janet Yellen to serve as the next Secretary of the Treasury. Janet Yellen, of course, is no stranger to this chamber. She's been confirmed by the Senate no fewer than 4 times and was reported favorably to the floor by a unanimous vote of the Finance Committee on Friday. The bipartisan support for Ms. Yellen's multiple nominations reflects her breathtaking range of experience and just how well suited she is to manage the economic challenges of our time. Ms. Yellen, I'm proud to report, is a native of working-class Brooklyn, the daughter of a school teacher and a physician, raised during the Great Depression. She went to Fort Hamilton High School, one of James Madison High School's rivals. A graduate of Brown and Yale, Ms. Yellen has taught economics at some of the world's most prestigious universities. Of course, Janet Yellen is best known for her tenure as chair of the Federal Reserve, overseeing a period of falling unemployment and steady economic recovery from the global financial crisis. Few people possess the experience and expertise that Ms. Yellen would bring to the Treasury, particularly during this moment of economic crisis. At the Treasury Department, there are long hallways on the 3rd floor where the portraits of all 77 Treasury secretaries hang, all of them men, all the way back to Alexander Hamilton, the first secretary. I am thrilled today to vote to confirm the first woman to ever hold the position of Treasury Secretary, and someday add her portrait to that hallway. On that note, I would add it was a great pleasure to read the Biden administration's announcement today that the Treasury Department intends to speed up the plans to add the portrait of Harriet Tubman to the $20 bill. This is an issue I have long championed and something that should have been done a long time ago. I feel particularly strong about it since Harriet Tubman was an Auburn, New York resident, and our office worked for years to successfully make her home in upstate New York a national historic monument. And I'm glad the Biden administration is reversing the Trump administration's foot dragging. This is the kind of things they did. No excuse, no reason, just didn't do it. But now the Biden administration is reversing the Trump administration's foot dragging and will press forward with plans to circulate new currency celebrating Harriet Tubman's life and legacy. Now, after Ms. Yellen's confirmation tonight, the Senate will continue to process nominations to President Biden's cabinet, the Secretaries of State, Homeland Security, and Transportation. With cooperation, the Senate could complete both confirmations this week. Again, those are the Secretaries of State, Homeland Security, and Transportation, in addition to Treasury this evening. I'd remind my colleagues that President Trump had his Secretary of Homeland Security installed on Inauguration Day. We cannot allow our national security, our domestic security, to be compromised in any way by the prolonged delay of Mr. Mayorkas's nomination. On impeachment, as I announced on Friday, the Republican leader and I have come to an initial agreement about the timing of the impeachment trial of Donald Trump. This evening, managers appointed by the House of Representatives will deliver to the Senate the article of impeachment, and will read the article here in the well of this chamber. Tomorrow, senators will be sworn in as judges and jurors in the impending trial, and the Senate will issue its summons to former President Trump. After that, both the House managers and the former President's counsel will have a period of time to draft their legal briefs, just as they did in previous trials. Once the briefs are drafted, presentations by the parties will commence the week of February 8. I want to thank the Republican leader for working with us to reach this agreement, which we believe is fair to both sides and will enable the Senate to conduct a timely and fair trial on the article of impeachment. The schedule will also allow us to continue the important work of the people, including confirming more members of President Biden's cabinet. But I want to be very clear about that last point. The Senate will conduct a timely and fair trial. I want to be very clear about that because some of my Republican colleagues have latched on to a fringe legal theory that the Senate does not have the constitutional power to hold a trial because Donald Trump is no longer in office. This argument has been roundly debunked by constitutional scholars from the left, right, and center. It defies precedent, historic practice, and basic common sense. It makes no sense whatsoever that a president or any official could commit a heinous crime against our country and then defeat Congress's impeachment powers by simply resigning, so as to avoid accountability and a vote to disqualify them from future office. This isn't merely a hypothetical situation, Madam President. In 1876, President Grant's Secretary of War, William Belknap, implicated in a corruption scheme, literally raced through the White House to tender his resignation mere minutes before the House was set to vote on his impeachment. Then, as a matter of historical record, he burst into tears. Not only did the House move forward with 5 impeachment articles against him, but a trial was then convened in the Senate. Of course, the question came up as to whether the Senate could try former officials. And guess what? The Senate voted as a chamber that Mr. Belknap could be tried, quote, for acts done as Secretary of War, notwithstanding his resignation of said office. Those are words the Senate voted in 1876. Now, Mr. Belknap was ultimately acquitted, but the record's clear. The Senate decided it had the power to try former officials, and the reasons are obvious. A president or any official could, for example, wait until their final 2 weeks in office to betray their country, knowing they could escape accountability, or merely resign moments before the Senate decides to convict and disqualify them from future office. The theory that the Senate can't try former officials would amount to a constitutional get-out-of-jail-free card for any president who commits an impeachable offense. Now, it's certainly appropriate for the Senate to take the resignation of an official into account. After all, the House decided not to impeach Richard Nixon because, in that sense, Nixon took some responsibilities for his actions. But to state the obvious, President Trump did not resign. He has not demonstrated remorse. He has not even acknowledged his role in the events of January 6th. And he has never disavowed the lies that were fed to the American people by him about who actually won the election. Just to put a final nail into the coffin of this ridiculous theory, I'd remind my colleagues, if a president is convicted on an article of impeachment, the Senate holds a separate vote on whether to bar them from future office. Once a president is convicted of an impeachment charge, they're removed from office. In other words, they become a former official. If we are to believe that the Senate can't hold former officials to account, then the Senate could never proceed to that second vote of disqualification, which is provided for in the Constitution, even for a sitting president. In saying this, I'm expressing the view of legal scholars across the political spectrum. Stephen Vladeck, a prominent constitutional expert at the University of Texas, wrote in the New York Times that Donald Trump is, quote, the poster child for why the conviction of an ex-president is not just constitutionally permissible, but necessary. More than 150 legal scholars signed a letter last week forcefully stating that an impeachment trial of a former president is constitutional. Among the signatories, one of the co-founders of the Federalist Society, as well as one of President Reagan's Solicitor Generals, among other prominent conservatives. It is so obviously wrong to suggest that impeaching a president is unconstitutional, that impeaching a former president is unconstitutional. So why are some suggesting it? Well, there seems to be a desire on the political right to avoid passing judgment, one way or the other, on former President Trump and his role in fomenting the despicable attack on the Capitol January 6. There seems to be some hope that Republicans could oppose the former president's impeachment on process grounds rather than grappling with his actual awful conduct. Let me be very clear. This is not going to fly. The trial is going to happen. It is certainly and clearly constitutional. And if the former president is convicted, there will be a vote to disqualify him from future office. There is only one question at stake, only one question that senators of both parties will have to answer before God and their own conscience. Is former President Trump guilty of inciting an insurrection against the United States? I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
The Republican leader is recognized.
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, our nation has spent nearly a year locked in this terrible battle with COVID-19. This virus that spread from China around the world has taken more than 400,000 American lives. It's effectively cost many children an entire school year. It made us slam the brakes on one of the best job markets in modern history and threw millions of families into financial chaos. But thanks to a lot of hard work in 2020, the dawn of 2021 has brought a turning point. The genius of science and the support of Operation Warp Speed produced vaccines in record time. And in December, after months of delay, Democrats finally let Congress move ahead with another major rescue package. The light at the end of the tunnel is getting closer, and both Republicans and Democrats want to continue working together to accelerate victory. Curiously, the President's candidate to run the Department of Health and Human Services is the famously partisan Attorney General of California. His recent experience in health policy seems largely limited to promoting abortion on demand and suing groups like the Little Sisters of the Poor who dare to live out their religious convictions. In an interview just yesterday, Mr. Becerra compared the current state of vaccinations inherited by the Biden administration to an airplane in a nosedive, a disaster. He contrasted the status quo with the new administration's stated goal of 1 million vaccinations per day, which he called, quote, ambitious. There's a problem here. Even the press has repeatedly pointed it out. It's that our nation is already meeting that very pace. Already meeting the very pace. That's not a big new goal. It's exactly what they inherited from the Trump administration and Operation Warp Speed. Inauguration Day, Thursday, and Friday each topped 1 million vaccinations. As of today, we're averaging 1.16 million shots per day over the last week. They're claiming the exact same number can either be a total catastrophe or a smashing success. I guess depends on whether Democrats are in power. So much for science without politics. Here's how the Washington Post put it. The accelerating speed of the vaccine program undercuts assertions by some Biden advisors that they were left no plan by the Trump administration and suggests that they need only to keep their feet on the pedal to clear the bar they set for themselves, end quote. Yesterday, Mr. Becerra was asked about increasing vaccinations in the month ahead. Here's what he said. I first have to be sworn in to give you a timeline. Perhaps that's like the time the Speaker of the House famously said she has to pass a bill before the public could learn what was in it. The new administration campaigned heavily on having a new master plan to fight the pandemic. Well, now they're in office. President Biden has said, quote, there's nothing we can do to change the trajectory of the pandemic in the next several months. And his administration is apparently content to maintain the same vaccine pace they actually inherited. Let's talk about Congress' role in pandemic relief. Our Democratic colleagues spent last summer and fall using the legislative filibuster to delay the next rescue package until after the election. Now, that would be the same tool that some Senate Democrats now suddenly say they oppose, as if they hadn't leaned on it liberally over the last 6 years. But finally, last month, they let us act. We passed another package totaling nearly $900 billion in urgent relief. We provided more than $80 billion to help K-12 schools, $280 billion for the Paycheck Protection Program, billions more for federal unemployment insurance, supplements, nutrition, and rental assistance, and direct cash aid, and massive new investments in purchasing and distributing vaccines. Some of that money has already gone out the door. Other portions are still unspent. A massive, historic, almost $1 trillion package that was passed into law just 5 weeks ago. Since last March, Washington, D.C. has spent an historic amount of money standing up one of the most enormous policy responses by any government to any emergency that the world has ever seen. Nobody thinks the support has been perfect, far from it, but it has been historic and strong. For example, a nonpartisan study in November showed that because of the historic emergency legislation passed through Congress, American personal income was actually, listen to this, higher in September than it had been before the pandemic. Last month, Larry Summers, President Clinton's Treasury Secretary and President Obama's NEC Director, confirmed that relative to our underlying economy, our multiple rescue packages have brought American household income all the way back to a level that equals or even exceeds what he'd expect if we weren't in a crisis. So to be clear, Madam President, nobody thinks our bipartisan work fighting this pandemic is completely finished. Nobody's arguing that. And we all understand that overall national statistics do not explain away the terrible struggles facing many families. But experts and economists from the left to the right agree. Any further action should be smart and targeted, not just an imprecise deluge of borrowed money that would direct huge sums toward those who don't need it. That's why the new administration's first draft of their sprawling proposal misses the mark, and press reports make clear this is not just a Republican view. Multiple Democratic senators agree that it's not the right path forward. So as the $900 billion package from 5 weeks ago continues to come online, and as remaining needs continue to come into focus, Republicans will be ready and eager to continue bipartisan discussions about smart steps forward for the American people. Bipartisan action helped our nation endure the last year. Bipartisan action helped us turn the corner, and it will be smart bipartisan actions that help us finish the fight. Now, on a related matter, this afternoon, the Senate will confirm Dr. Janet Yellen, the former chair of the Federal Reserve, to serve as President Biden's Secretary of the Treasury. Her speedy confirmation will contrast sharply with the way the Senate Democratic minority handled many of the last president's key cabinet nominations 4 years ago. Secretary Mnuchin had to sit through a stunt where Senate Democrats literally boycotted his committee hearing. He was not confirmed until mid-February. Dr. Yellen came out of committee on a unanimous vote and will be getting to work 5 days after the inauguration. That's even faster than Secretary Geithner's nomination in 2009 in the teeth of the financial crisis. This certainly isn't because Dr. Yellen or President Biden's economic policy views have unanimous support here in the Senate. I expect we'll have no shortage of spirited policy discussions with Dr. Yellen in the months ahead, especially if some Democrats keep trying to use this historic emergency as a pretext to push through permanent far-left policy changes. The 50 senators on our side have great confidence in our pro-job, pro-worker vision that helped build the greatest job market in living memory. But the simple fact is that when the American people elect a president, and when the president selects qualified and mainstream people for key posts, the whole nation deserves for them to be able to assemble their team. I'll be voting to confirm Dr. Yellen today. I look forward to working together on pro-growth policies that will help rebuild a thriving economy for American workers that was in place just 1 year ago.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of the Treasury, Janet Louise Yellen of California to be Secretary.
Under the previous order, the time until 5:30 will be equally divided between the two leaders or their designees. Republican leader? The clerk will call the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The nomination of Janet Yellen to be Treasury Secretary is the Senate's business this afternoon. If approved, she'd be the first woman as Treasury Secretary. That vote at 5:30 Eastern this afternoon. Starting the week, the Majority Leader Chuck Schumer laying out what's ahead in terms of the impeachment process, starting that process later today, receiving the House managers. We expect at about 6:55 Eastern, and the one article of impeachment expected to be read on the Senate floor around 7 o'clock Eastern. Of course, we'll have all of that live here on C-SPAN 2. Earlier today, it was made known that the President pro tempore of the Senate, Senator Patrick Leahy, will preside over the second impeachment trial of Donald Trump. Lindsey McPherson and Jennifer Shutt of Roll Call write that there had been some legal uncertainty about who would preside over the second trial, since the former president has never been impeached before. So this decision will set a precedent. The Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, coming out and talking about the nominee, Janet Yellen, but also about the proposal, the Biden proposal, $1.9 trillion proposal in pandemic response. We are in a quorum call on the Senate floor. The nomination of Janet Yellen is what they're considering today, and again, a vote at 5:30 Eastern this afternoon. While we wait for senators to come to the floor, we'll show you part of the confirmation hearing from last week with Ms. Yellen.
We'll come to order. Today we will welcome the Honorable Janet Yellen to consider an anticipated nomination. It's not very anticipated with all you read in the paper, but it's all for her to become Secretary of the Treasury. The role of Treasury Secretary covers responsibilities over a large number of issues, including taxes, fiscal management, including the national debt, financial sanctions, and economic policies. The Treasury Secretary also serves as chair of the Financial Stability Oversight Council, which has wide-ranging financial oversight and regulatory authorities. Dr. Yellen has a history in academics, think tanks, the federal government, and most probably well known to be chair of the Federal Reserve. This hearing takes place in the midst of an ongoing pandemic, along with significant divisions in Congress and divisions among our populace. I hope that we can move away from partisan divisiveness and personalized attacks against each other. Dr. Yellen, if confirmed, you can be instrumental in helping generate an environment for bipartisan efforts and reasoned debate. You've expressed that you have interest in aggressively pursuing mitigation efforts towards climate change, which you can see as a global existential threat. The incoming administration has also identified interest in raising taxes, coupled with massive spending programs, and we're working as well to reduce income inequality. And Senator Schumer has said that he'd like to change America. I'll be interested in hearing more about these and other things as we consider the Yellen nomination. As I've already indicated to the nominee, I think it would be a big mistake to raise taxes on individuals and businesses as they struggle through an economic recovery and a pandemic. I know that the incoming administration has said they like to pursue a two-pronged strategy, with a massive stimulus followed by tax hikes coupled with even more spending, and particularly they mention infrastructure. We're already closely examining President-elect Biden's proposal for around $1 9/10 trillion of stimulus, which even some prominent Democrat economists have said does not seem to be well targeted. With the trillions of already in the pipeline and close to $1 trillion in relief enacted just a few short weeks ago, it is very important to focus efforts on pandemic relief. Now is not the time to enact a laundry list of liberal structural economic reforms. Dr. Yellen, if you're confirmed, I hope that you'll work with us on that proposal. Moving forward, President-elect Biden has stated numerous times that no one making under $400,000 would see their taxes raised. For example, last year on CNBC, President-elect Biden stated that we can think what we can think of as the new Biden rule that, quote, nobody making under $400,000, and he said bucks, would have their taxes raised, period, end of quote. While I don't think we need to be raising taxes, I'll pay close attention to see that the incoming administration abides by that new Biden rule and doesn't go after taxing small businesses and the middle class. On my part, let me tell you that I believe in free and fair trade both internationally and domestically. International trade is important to American businesses and especially important to the agricultural sector and the farmers across America. I will make sure that the incoming administration does not overlook the importance of agriculture or the interest of rural America. I'm against foreign countries trying to tap into the U.S. tax base with unilateral digital services taxes under their self-proclaimed rights to invade our tax base. They don't have that right. I don't support socialism or Marxism or so-called democratic socialism that would end with command and control policies. I also don't support any rapid or drastic wiping out of industries and their workers based mostly on ideology and often on misleading analyses, with some notion of taking care of the carnage through massive government income and wealth redistribution. Prior to the pandemic, although there were economic and structural challenges to the economy, we saw a very historic 50-year low in unemployment rates, record lows in gaps between minority unemployment and the overall unemployment rate, inclusive growth with real wages growing faster for lower earners, record highs in real medium household income, stronger medium income growth for minorities than others, and reductions in income inequality and poverty. While those are goals of Democrats, we did not hear much about the accomplishments from members of the other party. Those accomplishments came about in an environment in which tax burdens were lowered and made more progressive, and regulation was made more efficient. Instead of welcoming the accomplishments, we have heard from the other side that we need to change America. I would like to see us continue with the accomplishments we saw prior to the pandemic. Now let me close with a comment on transparency. This committee has traditionally expressed bipartisan interest in reminding all nominees who come before this committee that transparency is important to our members. That means that I expect that you will respond to inquiries from any senator on this committee, no matter which side of the aisle they sit. Prompt and thorough responses to to our inquiries and investigations is what we expect. With that, now Senator White.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to begin, Chairman Grassley, by thanking you and Senator Crapo for the help in scheduling Chair Yellen's hearing this morning. And Senator Grassley, I also want to thank you for joining me last week in exposing the pharmaceutical companies' insulin price gouging schemes. America knows that they're getting mugged at the pharmacy counter. Now, this committee can use a fresh investigation that helps lay out a plan to finally end one of the all-time big anti-consumer ripoffs, which is what's going on with insulin. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for that. Now, to turn to Chair Yellen, this is the second time in 12 years that a Republican president leaves office with the economy in ruins. Today, there's also a surging pandemic and armed troops guarding our capital from far-right insurrectionist attack. The Biden administration isn't going to begin with inaugural balls. It's going to begin with all-out triage. My top economic priority is avoiding the mistake Congress made in the last recession, which was taking a foot off the gas pedal before recovery took hold. Congress didn't do enough in 2009 to help the unemployed and struggling homeowners. And if stepping off the gas wasn't bad enough, 2 years later, House Republicans passed policies that yanked out the spark plugs and let the air out of the tires as well. In Oregon, it took 7.5 years for unemployment to return to its pre-recession level. That cannot happen again, or else millions and millions of people will go through years of needless hardship. Some will never recover the lives that they had prior to the pandemic. Unemployment is again rising. Federal Reserve data shows that workers of modest incomes are facing Great Depression-level joblessness. 1 out of 5 are out of work. And Donald Trump repeatedly pressed a false and manipulative choice between public health and economic recovery. And now America has neither. The good news is Chair Yellen knows that going small on economic relief would be a big mistake. Chair Yellen is exactly the right person to lead the Treasury Department. Nobody could be better qualified for this job. And, Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent at this point to put into the record a letter signed by 8 former living Treasury secretaries urging swift confirmation of Janet Yellen.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just say to my colleagues, all of those Treasury secretaries don't just come together by osmosis. They believe deeply in the challenge ahead of us in this country, and they all think Janet Yellen is up to the job. And nobody deserves more credit than Chair Yellen for the longest economic expansion that we have seen in our history, which lasted until the pandemic hit. At the Federal Reserve, Chair Yellen changed decades of conventional economic wisdom that put too much focus on inflation and deficits. She was correct that policymakers should focus more on wages, employment, and inequality, and that the economy safely could run a little hotter. Now, she took some heat at the time from Republicans, but later they tried to attribute Janet Yellen's success to the outgoing administration. But the numbers show the successes of Chair Yellen's approach. Unemployment went down, wages went up, and a lot of working Americans were better off than they were before. Who better to lead the Treasury Department and help kick off the next economic expansion than the person who did so much to bring about the last one? Right out of the gate, the Biden administration and Congress need to send major relief to America's working families. That means increasing relief checks to $2,000, and it means extending enhanced unemployment benefits to all of those who've lost their job through no fault of their own. At Mitch McConnell's insistence, the December economic package reduced unemployment benefits from the CARES Act and extended them only until the middle of March. There are groceries in my refrigerator that are going to last longer than Mitch McConnell's unemployment agenda. Now, this has been a common story of late in Washington. Key economic lifelines expire, they get extended, they expire, they get extended. Congress cannot go on with this snooze button legislating. Our workers and our economy need a government that's predictable and reliable. That means the Congress needs to tether the extension of unemployment benefits to economic conditions on the ground with automatic triggers. Those benefits should not be subject to the whim of one elected official. The tattered patchwork of state unemployment insurance systems also needs fixing. My home state of Oregon saw this when the COVID crash hit. In other cases, it was because Republican lawmakers have intentionally hobbled unemployment insurance programs. Workers suffer because of it, particularly Black and Hispanic workers. Congress needs to reform the program, which I think should include bringing all workers into the system, increasing base benefits, and ensuring that it can hold up in a crisis. Also, part of our work has to involve fixing America's broken down, dysfunctional tax code. And to me, it has to start with the proposition that billionaires, corporations, millionaires have to pay their fair share. I'm developing a proposal to reform the taxation of capital gains for the top 0.3% of taxpayers. My plan would tax wealth like work, and it would minimize the ability of those who are particularly well off and have all the accountants and all the lawyers to just defer and defer and defer paying their taxes. If you're a nurse, and I was just home for the last close to 10 days in virtual town halls and talking to folks in a socially distant way. And one of the things I discussed is, if you're a nurse in Oregon taking care of COVID patients, you have to pay taxes with every paycheck. You don't get to defer your taxes if you're a nurse treating COVID patients. But if you're a billionaire, you can defer and defer and defer paying taxes, and in many instances, figure out a way to pay nothing at all. My plan would put a stop to that unfairness, and the revenue would help preserve the Social Security guarantee for decades to come, with additional funds for other priorities. Now, the outgoing administration had a different approach. They were big on corporate tax giveaways, and they actually increased incentives to ship jobs overseas instead of eliminating them. I want those mistakes fixed. Before I wrap up, I want to turn to an existential threat for particularly our kids and our grandkids, and that is climate change. The Treasury Department's going to have a key role to play on these climate issues. Much of America's energy policy is tax policy. Having worked with my friend from Washington State, Senator Cantwell, we know there are now 44 energy tax breaks on the books. And some of them look like they just came from yesteryear. I've got a bill to replace these 44 breaks with 3 that go right to the heart of a new set of priorities, reducing carbon emissions, promoting innovation. The 3 are clean electricity, clean transportation, and energy conservation. I'm also developing a proposal that would make polluters pay for the costs of climate change, with much of the revenue returned directly to the American people through annual cash payments. The Treasury Department plays a big role, as Chairman Grassley noted, in trade. Over the last 4 years, the American people got a lot of tough talk about trade, but there was a big gap between the tough talk and delivering on the big promises. This administration drove away our economic allies. It actually isolated us in the crucial fight against trade cheats in China and elsewhere. Members of this committee are also concerned about currency manipulation and other tactics that rip off high-skill, high-wage jobs at a time when wage growth has got to be right at the top of our economic agenda. I'm looking forward to working with a Secretary Yellen on all these issues and more, and I certainly hope, and Chairman Grassley and I have been talking about it, that with her stellar, extraordinary qualifications, we can get her nomination approved as quickly as possible. And it seems to me with the economic crunch we're facing, it ought to be approved on day one. Now, I'll close by saying everybody's got a constitutional right to be foolish, but nobody can question.
As the presiding officer, I rise today to honor workers in this building, something that Senator Hirono does every day of her life in this job, to honor workers in this building who are too often overlooked, but whose work is essential to the functioning of our government, our Capitol custodial staff. In the days after the January 6th insurrection, when domestic terrorists stormed this building, we rightly honored Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman and many other Capitol Police officers who put their lives on the line to protect all of us, to protect our democratic process, essentially to protect our democracy. Last week, I joined a bipartisan group of colleagues in introducing legislation to award Officer Goodman the Congressional Gold Medal. He and others may well have saved our lives and protected our democracy. They did it without the support they needed from their leadership. They did it without the support from the Trump White House on down. But those officers aren't the only ones who deserve our honor and our gratitude. They are not the only ones who put their lives on the line serving our country on January 6th or over the past year during this pandemic. Every day, Capitol custodial staff do their jobs with skill and dedication and dignity. They show up for work during this pandemic, even when many in this building didn't take it seriously and put those workers' health at risk by not wearing masks. Capitol custodial workers were here January 6th doing their jobs when white supremacists stormed this building, barging into this chamber, acting as though no one could ever possibly hold them accountable because the president was on their side. They thought they were invulnerable. And when their rampage was over, it was largely the black and brown custodians who were left to restore dignity and respect to the Capitol. Their work allowed us to continue hours that night certifying the electoral votes, securing our democracy, the election in our democracy. Many Americans were so moved to see those workers still doing their job. That's what service looks like. That's what love of country looks like. That's what the dignity of work is all about. Unfortunately, it tells you a whole lot about the problems that have been allowed to fester for too long in this country. White supremacists make a mess. Black workers clean it up. We have a lot of work to do to fix that, to ensure that hard work pays off for all workers in this country. We simply don't value and respect all work the way we should. I think of the words of Dr. King, who, as you know, died fighting for workers, sanitation workers in Memphis. He said, "If a man is called to be a street sweeper, he should sweep streets even as Michelangelo painted, or Beethoven composed music, or Shakespeare wrote poetry. He should sweep streets so well that all the hosts of heaven and earth will pause to say, 'Here lived a great sweet street sweeper who did his job well.'" Dr. King said, "No work is insignificant. All labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and importance. No work is insignificant. All labor has dignity." We ought to treat it that way, starting with honoring these workers. In the days after January 6th, pictures of Capitol workers cleaning up after these terrorists were reported on the news, captured by dedicated journalists who also risked their lives to do their jobs that day. These photos struck a chord with so many people. Americans began writing thank you letters, sending them to the architect of the Capitol to pass on to custodial staff, to police officers, and to others. Many of these workers are represented by AFSCME Local 626, which gives workers a voice on the job, is also working on ways to honor its members. Members of Congress should do the same. In the coming weeks, I'll be introducing a Senate resolution to recognize the Capitol custodial staff for their bravery and their service to our country on January 6th. I hope my colleagues will join me, all of them, not as Republicans or Democrats, but as members of this body, as Americans all. This Capitol is the people's house. The insurrectionists ransacked it. The Capitol custodians picked up the pieces. They deserve our eternal gratitude. To all the Capitol custodians who come to work in this building each day to ensure our democracy functions, thank you, thank you, thank you. Madam President, I ask that the following be put a different place in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. A few days after our first woman vice president was sworn in, we're about to confirm the first woman to step into one of the leading roles in our economy. Janet Yellen made history when she served as chair of the Federal Reserve. She's about to make history again as Secretary of the Treasury. She'll be the first person to ever have held all three of the top positions in our economy: chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, chair of the Federal Reserve, Secretary of the Treasury. And now more than ever, we need her leadership, her vision, her appreciation for what makes this country work. As Fed chair and as a labor economist, Janet Yellen made it clear she understands what drives our economy. It's not the stock market, it's not Wall Street, it's people, it's workers. Janet Yellen knows our economy is built by Americans who know the dignity of a hard day's work. Whether you punch a clock or swipe a badge or work for tips or care for children or take care for your parents. I remember in 2015, Chair Yellen came to Cleveland and toured the Alcoa plant, not far from my house. She showed the kind of leadership we need, the kind of leaders President Biden is putting into the top jobs, managing our economy. People who will get out of Washington, who will visit every sort of community in the heart of the country, people who act on what they learn from workers in Chillicothe and Springfield, in Youngstown and Moline, Illinois, where the next presiding officer is coming from. There's a lot more to our economy than a quarterly earnings report. Janet Yellen understands that. She will step into this job at a time when the contrast between the financial health of corporations and workers couldn't be starker. Or in the midst of a public health crisis and an economic crisis. You wouldn't know it if you only looked at the stock market or corporate profits. But under President Biden, under Janet Yellen, and under new leadership in the Senate, we're just done measuring the economy that way. We're going to think about the economy the way workers and their families do, in terms of paychecks, whether they can make rent or pay the mortgage this month, or afford child care or pay for their prescription drugs. By those measures, Madam President, people are hurting. We hear a lot about what some people called the K-shaped recovery. That's one way of saying that the rich are getting richer while the middle class and low-income families continue to struggle. It was a problem before this virus, Madam President. As you know, the pandemic's only made it worse. It's layered on top of systemic racism and inequality that have been allowed to fester for too long. We have a tax code that favors the wealthy, that gives corporations a tax break when they move manufacturing out of East St. Louis or out of East Cleveland overseas. Americans' hard-earned savings are at risk from the financial instability of climate change. China is aggressive, confident, and continues to threaten American jobs. The Internal Revenue Service wastes time and taxpayer money auditing working families, often black and brown families, instead of going after wealthy tax cheats. Wall Street rewards corporations that lay off employees and cut their pay and treat their workers as expendable. Risky behavior in Wall Street, like it did in the last crisis, can devastate communities in Ohio and around the country. I have confidence that Janet Yellen understands these vast challenges, that she'll get to work immediately to take them on to create a better, more prosperous, more stable economy centered on the dignity of work. She knows we can build new, cleaner infrastructure that puts people to work at good-paying union jobs. We can invest in the country, including the small towns and industrial cities of Southeast Ohio and Southern Illinois, and the black and brown communities in our cities that too often get left behind. We can make it easier for people to afford housing and transportation and childcare. We can treat a tax code that rewards work instead of wealth, starting with the dramatic expansion of the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. We can give people more power over their lives and their own money with options like monthly distribution of the child tax credit and no-fee bank accounts. That's the vision Janet Yellen and Joe Biden and Senate Democrats are committed to, one where the middle class is growing and everyone has the opportunity to join it. Janet Yellen has the experience, the talent, and the commitment to service to deliver results. She's the right person for these tumultuous times. She will rise to meet this moment to help our country build back better. I ask my colleagues to support Janet Yellen for Secretary of the Treasury. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Ms. Baldwin.
All nominees before this committee, and they're usually stated in exactly the same way. First, is there anything that you're aware of in your background that might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you have been nominated?
No, Senator Grassley, I don't believe I have any conflict of interest.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know any reason, personal or otherwise, that would in any way prevent you from fully and honorably discharging the responsibilities of the office to which you have been nominated?
No, I do not.
Do you agree without reservation to respond to any reasonable summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of the Congress if you're confirmed?
I will testify if asked before a committee of Congress.
And finally, do you commit to providing a prompt response in writing to any questions addressed to you by any senator of this committee?
Yes, I commit to that.
Yeah. In regard to that last one, I think Senator Biden, as senator, would agree with me that when the Trump administration first came in, they issued some sort of a regulation that they were going to only answer questions for committee chairmen. We finally got them off of it. I don't know whether they answered every question of every senator or not. They probably did not. But I hope that we don't hear that from this administration, that you have to be chairman of a committee to get to be an answer to your question. Before I ask the first question, but it's kind of along the lines of the question I was going to ask you, I just heard your opening comment about learning so much from your father, about the workers of America and about the business of America. I hope you will continually remind people that you have that background and you take it into consideration every opportunity you can, because I think people think of you being in public service for such a long time, may have forgotten that, just like I think a lot of people think that that after Chuck Grassley's been in the United States Senate for 40 years, he's forgotten the 10 years he spent on the assembly line with the workers of Iowa. And it's important that they be reminded of these backgrounds. Dr. Yellen, how will you work at Treasury to ensure that the interest of American workers and businesses in rural America aren't ignored?
Senator Grassley, thank you for that question. It will be my core focus if I'm confirmed as Treasury Secretary to focus on the needs of America's workers, those living in cities and in rural areas, and to make sure that we have a competitive economy that offers good jobs and good wages. And I really look forward to working with President-elect Biden and his team first to address the critical issues we face as a country now, with the pandemic causing such misery for so many small businesses that have failed, are at risk of failing, need our help, and the unemployed workers who have been so badly affected by the impact of the pandemic, especially on the service sector. It's disproportionately hit the service sector and the workers who are employed in that sector, and it's been particularly brutal in its impact on minorities and on women. And I will be focused from day one on providing support to America's workers and to small businesses, putting into effect as quickly and efficiently as I can the relief in the bill that was recently passed, and then over time working for a second package that I think we need to get through these dark times before the vaccination program enables us to go back to life as we knew it. But over time, I look forward to working with President-elect Biden and his team to build back better and to address many of the challenges that have faced America that have had such an adverse impact on America's workers and small businesses. We need to invest in our infrastructure. We need to invest in R&D. We need to invest in training and workforce development so that we have an economy that is productive and competitive and workers and families can thrive.
Thank you very much for that question. That was kind of a shotgun approach to questioning. I now have a rifle approach. Democrats have been arguing for repeal of the $10,000 cap on state and local tax deductions, often referred to as SALT, even as part of a pandemic relief effort. Yet even left-leaning commentators such as Tax Policy Center point out that a SALT repeal would provide the top 0.1% of households with an average tax cut of about $144,000, with essentially no benefit going to bottom half of the household earners. Do you think it makes sense for the pandemic relief efforts to prioritize six-figure tax cuts for the wealthiest few when millions of middle-class American families are struggling to make ends meet? And would you oppose including a repeal of the SALT cap in any further relief or stimulus measure?
Senator Grassley, thank you for that question. I certainly believe in a fair and progressive tax code where wealthy individuals and corporations pay their fair share. The SALT deduction was eliminated only a few years ago, and before making a decision about what should be done going forward, I think it's critical to study and evaluate what the impact has been on state and local governments, on their ability to provide critical services. And I promise to work with those at Treasury and throughout the administration in evaluating what impact that has had on states and local governments, on households, on small businesses, and study this issue further.
I've got to go to Senator Wyden now. My next question would have dealt with an issue that he and I have worked very closely on in regard to the unfair digital service tax that we see other companies putting on our country. And I'll submit questions like that for answer in writing. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chair Yellen, great to have you in the virtual House. And I'm going to see if I can cover a fair amount of ground quickly. I think we all understand that the country has been hit by an economic wrecking ball. And so my first question to you would be, what economic policies will give Americans the biggest bang for the buck in the immediate term?
Well, I think relief that we provide to those who are in the greatest need and to small businesses have the best chance of providing both relief to those who've been so badly affected by the pandemic and by creating a great deal of spending per dollar spent, they'll create jobs throughout the economy, having the biggest biggest bang for the buck. So I see, for example, extended unemployment insurance, SNAP benefits, and so forth as having a very large buck. Of course, in a way, the biggest bang per buck comes from the money we spend on public health to make sure that we have widespread vaccinations quickly so schools can reopen and we can get past the pandemic and reopen businesses and the economy safely and avoid scarring that will occur if there's permanent job loss.
Good. I also appreciate your comment with respect to extended unemployment, because that's one of the policies that allows us in the future, in terms of reform, to tie benefits to economic conditions on the ground. So it gives you time to fully get us to that longer-term economic recovery. So that's very helpful. Second question I want to talk to you about is China, because we all understand that China cheating is taking a huge toll on our workers and particularly creating more high-paying jobs. Now, I think that the president-elect is absolutely on the right course, saying he's going to mobilize the allies to work with us in terms of dealing with China. That's going to take a little bit of time. So what I'd like to hear from you again is, in the near term, what do you believe you can do, perhaps your first couple of steps, to start to mobilize our country to make sure that workers get a fair shake in view of all this China economic cheating?
Well, China is clearly our most important strategic competitor. As you said, we need to work with allies. We also need to strengthen our own economy so that we can compete. And President-elect Biden will soon come forward with a package to accomplish that by investing in our infrastructure, investing in our people, and creating a more competitive economy in research and development. We need to take on China's abusive, unfair, and illegal practices. China is undercutting American companies by dumping products, erecting trade barriers, and giving illegal subsidies to corporations. It's been stealing intellectual property and engaging in practices that give it an unfair technological advantage, including forced technology transfers. And these practices, including China's low labor and environmental standards, are practices that we're prepared to use the full array of tools to address. Of course, it is important over time to work with our allies.
Very good. I'm going to see if I can get two other questions in and go maybe 30 seconds over like the chairman. You heard me talk with respect to climate change about refocusing our tax code so we can really zero in on eliminating carbon emissions. Can you give us one step that you think you could begin with to tackle this climate question?
Well, this is one of the most critical issues facing our country and the world, and it poses an existential threat. It will be a focus of President-elect Biden and his entire administration. The infrastructure plan that President Biden will come forward with will involve investing in clean technology, renewable energy, promoting the use of electric vehicles, and in the process of addressing this very significant challenge, there's also the opportunity of creating good jobs in the process, and that will be a benefit. Treasury will cooperate by looking at ways that we can direct investment, enable private firms to have the information they need to support sustainable investing.
One last question very quickly. The Wall Street Journal is reporting on a plan or your comments to affirm the United States' commitment to a market-determined exchange rate if you're confirmed. So obviously Americans are interested in your thoughts on the dollar. Could you briefly outline for the committee your thoughts on the dollar?
Thank you, Senator Wyden. I believe in a strong and equitable U.S. economy that delivers good jobs with rising wages for all Americans. Maintaining confidence in the long-term strength of the U.S. economy and the stability of the U.S. financial system is good for America, as well as our trading and investing partners. I look forward to working with Congress to make the U.S. economic recovery as strong as possible. I believe in market-determined exchange rates. The value of the U.S. dollar and other currencies should be determined by markets. Markets adjust to reflect variations in economic performance and generally facilitate adjustments in the global economy. The United States does not seek a weaker currency to gain competitive advantage. and we should oppose attempts by other countries to do so. The intentional targeting of exchange rates to gain commercial advantage is unacceptable. If confirmed, I will work to implement the President-elect's promise to oppose any and all attempts by foreign countries to artificially manipulate currency values to gain an unfair advantage in trade.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to turn the gavel over to Senator Crapo. He'll be the next person to ask questions. Republicans have a rule that you can only be chairman of a committee for 6 years, and so this could be the last hearing as chairman of the committee, and it's been a great privilege to chair one of the most important committees in Congress. I first joined this committee in 1981 during the 102nd Congress and became chairman briefly in 2001 before switching party membership changed the balance, and then chaired it 2 times since. I'll continue to serve on this committee, of course, but leading this committee has been one of the highlights of my years in the Senate. Once the Senate organizes, Ranking Member Wyden will become chairman, but as I turn the gavel over to Senator Crapo, I know this committee will be well in good hands of Senator Wyden and Senator Crapo over the next 2 years. Thank you very much, Senator Crapo. Sorry.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Grassley. I want to commend him, even though he's just stepped out of the room, for his great service and for the opportunity to serve under his leadership as the chairman. And I'll just take a brief moment here to say Senator Wyden and I have worked together for years on a bipartisan basis and have built a lot of really big successes. I look forward to working with you, Senator Wyden, as we move forward. And Dr. Yellen, I appreciate your service. I've worked with you as well. As you know, when we discussed this a little while back, we had a good working relationship while you were at the Fed, and I look forward to developing and continuing that good working relationship as we move forward. My first question is going to be on tax policy. Prior to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the TCJA, the United States had one of the highest corporate tax rates among developed countries. As a part of the TCJA, Congress lowered the corporate tax rate to ensure that our domestic businesses could remain globally competitive. But even now, the corporate tax rate in America is still the 11th highest among developed countries, according to the Tax Policy Center. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, U.S. companies are struggling to stay in business and to keep employees on payroll. President-elect Biden's proposals include a significant increase in the corporate tax rate that would hit already vulnerable businesses and put U.S. companies, once again, at a strong competitive disadvantage with the rest of the world. What is your view of raising taxes on struggling businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, thank you for that question, Senator Crapo, and I too want to say that I have enjoyed my working relationship with you during my years at the Fed and look forward to a very productive working relationship going forward. On the 2017 tax cuts, the president has said that eventually, as part of a larger package that would include significant spending and investment proposals, but not now, while the pandemic is really depressing the economy, that he would want to repeal parts of the 2017 tax cuts that benefited the highest income Americans and large companies. And he wants to reverse the law's incentives to offshore operations and profits. But he's been very clear that he does not support a complete repeal of the 2017 tax law. There are some areas, though, that he would amend. For example, a provision in that law had the unfortunate byproduct of rewarding companies for moving their operations offshore, and the president would reverse that. We look forward to actively working with other countries through the OECD negotiations on taxes on multinational corporations to try to stop what has been a destructive global race to the bottom on corporate taxation. And in that context, we would assure the competitiveness of American corporations, even with a somewhat higher corporate tax.
Well, I appreciate that last observation. As we discussed on the phone last week, I encouraged you to make as one of your top considerations for any changes to our business tax policies the competitiveness of the U.S. businesses and the need to make sure that the United States remains an attractive place for investment and capital formation and job creation. So I look forward to working with you on that. Can you explain again your views on the importance of these kinds of considerations when assessing potential changes to tax policy?
Well, Senator Crapo, I strongly agree with your view that it's necessary for U.S. companies to be globally competitive. And that's why these OECD negotiations are so important. It would enable us to collect a fair share from corporations while maintaining the competitiveness of our businesses and diminish the incentives that American companies now have to offshore activities. That's certainly something we don't want to reward.
Well, I look forward to working with you on those OECD negotiations and the other aspects of tax policy that we've just discussed. One last quick question. As chairman of the Banking Committee, I worked on in a bipartisan manner to pass the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act, the Export Control Reform Act, and as part of the NDAA, the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2021. The Treasury Department plays a major role in implementing these statutes and managing our relationship with China through the Office of Terrorism Financing and the interagency process for CFIUS and other export control decisions. Do you agree to commit to work with me as the Treasury Department moves forward on the export control decisions, the foreign investment, and modernizing our anti-money laundering bank secrecy provisions, as well as beneficial ownership rules?
Senator, you have my pledge that I'll work closely with you on these very important matters, and I want to thank you and Congress for passing a law that will enable us to identify beneficial ownership of shell corporations and really make a big difference in our ability to address terrorist financing and improve the effectiveness of sanctions.
Thank you. I appreciate your attention to this. Senator Stabenow is next. I believe she's remote.
Well, good morning. And first, I want to say thank you to Senator Crapo, to you. Congratulations in your incoming position, and also to Senator Wyden, Senator Grassley. I think we're off to a great start in the committee doing this in a bipartisan way, and I look forward to a lot more opportunities. And also, Madam Chair, I have to tell you, as I've indicated you before, I was extremely excited to hear of your nomination. I can't think of anyone with more competence, more experience, more integrity to serve as Secretary of the Treasury. And it's just extra special that you come in as the first woman to do so. So congratulations.
Thank you so much, Stephanie.
You're welcome. Let me first say that I don't believe we have an economy unless somebody makes something and somebody grows something. That's what we do in Michigan. We do both. But I want to talk about the making part of it now, as we talked before, and how we have to make more of it in America. And I think Michigan certainly is part of leading the way. And to tackle the big issue around the climate crisis, as well as global leadership in manufacturing and so on, certainly electrifying our vehicles fleet is a very important part of that. So just to refresh, we are, the U.S. auto industry accounts for about 3.5% of our domestic gross domestic product. And for us in the United States, GM is investing heavily in electric vehicles, some $27 billion to bring 30 different EVs to the marketplace in the next 4 years. Very aggressive. Ford doing the same kind of thing. And excuse me here, I'm getting up. There we go. Ford doing the same with $11.5 billion, including their electrifying of their F-150 truck. So there's a very, very exciting things happening. Same with FCA with their popular Jeep line. All good news that we are doing that. However, when we talk about China, it's not just stealing our patents and currency manipulation and other things that I have deep concerns about. But what we are seeing is that over the last decade, the Chinese government has invested $100 billion in EV industry. And what is very concerning is that of the 142 lithium ion mega factories under construction, out of 142, 107 of them are in China, and only 9 of them are in the United States. So it's no surprise that by 2025, 54% of the EV sales are projected to occur in China. So we've got to get ahead of this. I know, looking at the Build Back Better plan and our president-elect, I know that he cares and you care about this as well, but I wonder if you could speak for a moment.
Transfer of power, which is the hallmark of American democracy and has defined our country since its earliest days. Between the pandemic and heightened security concerns, this inauguration looked far different than those of former presidents. But the will of the people was carried out just as it has been following every presidential election throughout our nation's history. President Biden, in his inaugural address, stressed the importance of unifying our country. I agree, and I hope the President and our Democratic colleagues in Congress lead by example. Our first order of business has been to fill critical positions throughout the federal government, and the Senate's already confirmed both the Director of National Intelligence and the Secretary of Defense, both of whom I supported. This afternoon, we'll vote on the confirmation of Janet Yellen to be Treasury Secretary, who I intend to vote for as well. And there's a slate of other important positions that need to be filled in the coming days and weeks. I should note that voting to confirm a nominee under the words of the Constitution, providing advice and consent, is not a rubber stamp of the administration's policies. I know there'll be important issues that we will disagree on. But if elections mean anything, they mean that the prevailing party should not be kneecapped, as unfortunately our Democratic colleagues did in the previous administration when they tried to install a new cabinet and agency heads. But rather, I believe the tradition has been to accommodate one another when we can, so the administration can carry on and carry out their duties. This morning, I had a very good conversation with Judge Merrick Garland, who President Biden has nominated for Attorney General. Judge Garland's extensive legal experience makes him well-suited to lead the Department of Justice, and I appreciated his commitment to keep politics out of the Justice Department. That is my number one criterion for who should be the next head of the Department of Justice as Attorney General. And I think both sides should support a depoliticized Justice Department, and that's what I hope Judge Garland, once confirmed, will deliver. I look forward to talking to him more during the confirmation process, but unless I hear something new, I expect to support his nomination before the full Senate. It's in the best interest of the country to have qualified, Senate-confirmed individuals leading our federal departments and agencies. As we look beyond the confirmation process, there are many opportunities for Republicans and Democrats to work together in those places where we agree. And I know additional coronavirus relief, as it's needed, is high on President Biden's list. Approximately 1 million Americans are being vaccinated every day, and while the light at the end of the tunnel is getting bigger and brighter, we're still not in the clear. Congress has provided trillions of dollars in relief to strengthen our fight on both the health care and economic fronts, but we need to remain vigilant in the final critical phase of this battle. I don't support President Biden's pandemic relief proposal in its current form, but I do believe it's a starting point for bipartisan negotiations. I'll gladly support a reasonable, targeted bill as we determine precisely as we can where the needs truly are. We all agree we need to bolster vaccine manufacturing and distribution, that some Americans need additional financial support, and that Main Street businesses and their workforce are still struggling to survive this economic recession. I hope the administration will be willing to work with Congress to reach an agreement that receives broad bipartisan support, as each of the previous bills that we have passed has. During my time in the Senate, I've worked with folks across the aisle on our shared priorities, and I have no plans of changing that practice now. But make no mistake, I'll push back forcefully, respectfully, when the President and I disagree. One of the things I have learned, though, is that there is a difference between what some elected officials say and what they actually do. And rather than listen to what they say, I really prefer to watch what they do and see if those are consistent. Only hours after being sworn in and speaking of unifying the country, President Biden unilaterally canceled the permit for the Keystone XL pipeline. And that same day, the administration halted all new energy leasing and permitting on public lands and waters. Well, with these unfortunate actions, President Biden is killing thousands of well-paying U.S. jobs and kicking the U.S. energy industry while it's still struggling with the pandemic. I had hoped, I still hope, to work with President Biden on an all-of-the-above energy strategy that prioritizes our fossil fuels. We have 280 million cars on the road. People are going to still need gasoline for the foreseeable future, but also renewables and innovative technologies that help us harness our most prevalent and reliable energy sources. And one of the things that I think is exciting about some of the research that's being done is on carbon capture technology, which ought to be, again, something that we can all agree on as we transition to the next forms of energy. As we begin a new Congress and welcome a new president, I'm once again reminded of the words that were quoted from Ruth Bader Ginsburg, recently deceased, Justice of the United States Supreme Court. She didn't originate it, but she did make it popular when she said, "You can disagree without being disagreeable." Of course, democracy itself expects a competition of ideas, but not necessarily the mudslinging and name-calling that have become all too common. I hope we can return to the respectful battles in the days and months ahead and know that there's no better battleground for that to happen in than the Senate, where sometimes we live up to the billing as the world's greatest deliberative body. Madam President, the primary feature that separates the Senate from the House or any other legislative body is free and full debate. That's why it takes 60 votes to cut off debate, so you can then have a vote and pass a piece of legislation with 51 votes. It forces us to do what we ought to do anyway, which is to have fulsome debate, allow minority views to be presented, and then, once the debate is concluded, then to have a vote on the underlying bill. But fundamentally, the founders saw the Senate as a place that protected minority rights. And I've been here long enough to be in the majority and in the minority, and we know what goes around comes around in the United States Senate. It's as sure as day follows night. And that's why we're called a deliberative body. In the House, you have 435 members, and in order to pass a bill, all you need is a majority. Got the votes? Jam it through. But there has to be some place, somewhere, in a nation of 330 million souls where competing ideas can be seriously debated. And that's why our founders created the United States Senate. George Washington was famously said to have told Thomas Jefferson that the Senate was meant to be a saucer to cool House legislation like a saucer was used to cool hot tea. Well, if partisan bills are the hot tea, then the Senate cloture requirements are the saucer. Rather than a simple majority, here in the Senate, you have to get 60 out of 100 senators to support a bill in order for it to advance. I know we all would love to see each of our ideas passed into law without any delay or extended debate, but that's not the way the Senate is supposed to work. It forces us to do what we ought to want to do anyway, which is to do the hard work of bipartisan negotiation and compromise. Come up with an 80-20 solution that can leave the 20% you don't agree on for another day and another battle, but to pass into law and make progress on behalf of the American people with the 80% we can't agree on. Well, neither party has had a filibuster-proof majority since the late 70s. And as a result, senators from red states and blue states have had to work together, as they should, to reach agreements on nearly every piece of legislation that has moved through this chamber in the last 4 decades. The only real exception is the budget reconciliation process, which by the rules can be done with 51 votes. But otherwise, in the main, 60 votes, a bipartisan majority is required in order to move legislation. When bills require bipartisan support in order to pass, they're more durable. The fact is, if you pass a partisan piece of legislation, the next time the majority flips, they can undo it. Well, I think it's useful in terms of our comedy, in terms of our relationships, in terms of our ability to get things done for the American people to try to figure out how to do things on a bipartisan basis. And while I know bipartisanship isn't necessarily popular with the political bases of either party, it's critical to our democracy. Unfortunately, some of our colleagues on the other side have expressed an interest in using their newly gained powers in the majority to blow up the filibuster and to shatter that important cooling saucer. Make no mistake, that would do irreparable harm to this institution and inflict serious damage on our democracy. Without the 60-vote cloture requirement, both chambers would be majority rule institutions with a steady flow of partisan legislation moving through Congress. If the same party controls both chambers and the White House, that party could pass strictly partisan legislation that would quickly be signed into law without a single vote from the opposing party. Does that feel good? Well, if you're on the winning side, yeah. Is it good for the country? No, it is not. It's efficient, but it's not effective. It's not lasting. It's not durable. It doesn't provide the sort of stability and ability to plan that the current structure provides. Well, all the reasons I've given for not doing away with the Senate cloture requirement is the reason no majority has ever tried to blow it up before. During the past 4 administrations, the Trump, Obama, Bush, and Clinton administration, there was a period of time when the president's party controlled both chambers of Congress. If you go further back in history, you'll find dozens of examples. But no Senate, until now, has ever been so short-sighted to get rid of the cloture requirement in the filibuster when it comes to legislation. If Democrats carried out their threat to do that today, they'd clear the path to pass a radical agenda that would fundamentally reshape our country without a single Republican vote. As a reminder, we have a 50-50 Senate, and in the House there are 221 Democrats and 211 Republicans. In all of Congress, there are 10 more Democrats than Republicans out of 535 members of Congress. That's far from a progressive or a radical mandate. As I said, elections happen, majorities change, presidents come and go, as do United States senators. In 2 years, Republicans could win the majority in either or both chambers. In 4, a Republican could win the White House as well. If we were to do away with this restraint on snap decisions and partisan legislation, what would the succeeding Republican administration likely do? It would simply undo everything that had been done on a partisan basis. Well, would our Democratic colleagues support a rule change to blow up the filibuster when Republicans control both houses and the White House? Would they believe the Senate minority should be silenced, as they believe now? As I say, what goes around comes around, and the shoe is always on the other foot eventually. The good news is we don't have to wonder what the answer would be because we already know it. In 2017, the Republican-led Senate, House, and White House, when we held both houses and the White House, there was fear by some folks across the aisle, actually both sides of the aisle, that the filibuster would be eliminated in order to clear the path for a Republican agenda. That was when 61 senators, a filibuster-proof majority, wrote a bipartisan letter to then Majority Leader McConnell and Democratic Leader Schumer, urging them to protect the filibuster. That's 61 senators. Among the co-signers were 27 current Democratic senators. One of the signatures on this bipartisan letter is that of our newly sworn-in Vice President, Kamala Harris. I can promise you that Leader McConnell has no interest in eliminating the filibuster when he was Majority Leader or now as Minority Leader, because he knew the institutional damage that this would cause and the damage to our democracy. Unfortunately, Leader Schumer refuses to acknowledge that most basic fact. The two-party leaders are now in the process of negotiating an organizing resolution on how this new reality of a 50-50 Senate will operate. Fortunately, there's a modern precedent for how this has been done, and the two leaders have shared an interest in emulating the 2001 agreement negotiated by Tom Daschle and Trent Lott. But because of the newfound obsession of some on the left with uprooting the cornerstone of the Senate, Leader McConnell has asked for assurances from Leader Schumer that the filibuster and the cloture requirement will remain intact. After all, it's not unreasonable to ask your negotiating partner to commit to not breaking the rules, which is all Senator McConnell is asking for. Senator Schumer has derided that request, calling it extraneous and saying it falls outside the bounds of the 2001 organizing resolution. But I'd like to remind our colleagues that in 2001, the majority party was not threatening to blow up the Senate rules to advance a partisan agenda. That's why it wasn't the subject explicitly of that negotiating organizing resolution. There's no need to ask for assurances on the protection of the filibuster because it wasn't even a question to be answered. Our Democratic colleagues have relied on the filibuster while Republicans have held the majority. I can think of time after time after time we've tried to pass more COVID-19 relief bills that our Democratic colleagues felt was inadequate. And time after time after time, they used the filibuster to prevent passage of that bill, which was their right. I think a mistake, a decision I disagree with, but within their rights under the Senate rules. Republicans have also relied on the filibuster while Democrats have held the majority. We all recognize that at some point the shoe is always on the other foot, which is why no one has been so foolish as to eliminate the legislative filibuster or even seriously to consider it before. I hope our colleagues on the other side will avoid making this tragic mistake in order to pursue short-sighted political goals. And in an encouraging sign on Friday, the White House indicated that President Biden does not support getting rid of the legislative filibuster either. President Biden has served in the Senate for, I believe, 36 years. He understands how this institution works, how it's supposed to work. And his advice, and it's only advice since he's the president and not a member of the Senate anymore, is don't go there. I encourage our more than 24 Democratic colleagues who've repeatedly voiced their support for maintaining the legislative filibuster to insist that this critical stabilizing force in our democracy be preserved in the organizing resolution currently being discussed by Senator Schumer and Senator McConnell. I truly believe that if we don't do that, if the legislative filibuster is eliminated, that we will all rue the day. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I yield to my colleague.
Madam President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam President. I tell you, I'm going to follow right along with the comments that my colleague from Texas has made, because in Tennessee, whether someone's a Republican or a Libertarian or an Independent or a Democrat, they have very high expectations of what this Congress is going to be able to accomplish, and they also have high expectations for this administration. What they are doing is looking there and they're saying politics and politicians are not what this is all about. They don't necessarily matter. Policies matter. And as my colleague is saying, maintaining the filibuster rule in the Senate, allowing robust, respectful debate so that we arrive at a sense of compromise and we do what is best for the American people. And today I was talking with one of our Tennesseans, and they were talking about it doesn't matter what's being said on social media, on Twitter or Facebook or Parler or any of the social media platforms, that when you strip it all away, good policy is good people. And that is what matters. Good policy is good policy. It is good for the people. And that is where the emphasis should be. So when I say they have high expectations, I don't only mean that they want good policies. They want this to focus on them. They want it to focus on their concerns, their communities, their schools, their right to feel secure, their right to enjoy free speech, their right to pursue their happiness, their American dream, their right to celebrate and protect life. It's about them, not politicians, not politics. It's about the American people. From their perspective, we can spend hours debating the budget or immigration reform or data privacy, which I'll talk more about later this week, as long as at the end of the day, whatever compromise we reach not only meets their needs, but recognizes that the people are the most important part of this entire equation. The people. Every member of this body understands that when the balance of power shifts, sometimes that means that the guy across the aisle is going to get the upper hand. Things change. But it would be a mistake for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to assume that that means we're willing to set our priorities and our principles aside. It doesn't mean that we're going to submit to their agenda. It doesn't mean we are going to conform to their agenda. It means we're going to stay true to our principles, represent our states, and work diligently for what is going to be best for the people. We may have had a changing of the guard here in Washington, but it doesn't mean that any of us have set aside the promises that we have made to the people we represent. And that's why I came out so strongly against the Biden administration and the president's executive order that really crushed the jobs and the potential for energy security that came with the building of the Keystone XL pipeline. This was a project that had achieved bipartisan support. And what are we seeing now? Lost jobs, lost livelihoods, more money being taken out of the taxpayer's pocket. For similar reasons, I came out in opposition to rejoining the Paris Climate Accords and reversing our course on the departure from the World Health Organization. For me, this isn't about politics, it's about the policies this new administration has decided to unilaterally say yes to without consulting Congress, without including the people in the discussion. And just so we're all aware, President Biden said yes to more unilateral policy changes on day one than any president in our nation's history. More than any president in our nation's history. The Biden administration looked at those new policies and decided that the result, achieving that outcome, was worth whatever it would cost the American people to get it. So over the next few weeks, we'll also be examining the president's cabinet picks to get a sense of the trade-off they'll be willing to make. Safety is at the forefront of everyone's mind back home in Tennessee. Not just safety from COVID, but from the bad actors and the foreign adversaries who continue to show us just how far they're willing to go to undermine us on the world stage. Back in Tennessee, we have a saying, when somebody shows you who they really are, you better believe them. And I will tell you that they are paying attention. And I will tell you that they're not very impressed right now with some of this so-called soft talk that they're hearing on proposed policies toward Iran and the communist regime in China. This is why I chose not to support the confirmation of our new Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines. I also had some pretty tough questions to ask Secretary of State nominee Blinken about some of these same issues, dealing with Iran, dealing with China. And many of the proposals that I'm hearing from them have sounded strangely familiar from years gone by. We don't have to look overseas to find some very real policy differences between what Tennesseans have said they expect and what the Biden administration is signaling that they want to deliver. In his hearing before the Commerce Committee, Transportation Secretary nominee Pete Buttigieg signaled to the panel that he would put the administration's environmental goals ahead of some very basic changes to federal policy that would lighten the regulatory load on county and city mayors trying to get their transportation projects off the ground. As I told him, many times the regulations at issue don't just slow the projects down, they kill the project and that town's prospects for growth, for a better life, for people in the community. Hopefully, he's going to keep in mind what it means to these mayors the next time he's asked to consider the benefits of removing unnecessary red tape. These trade-offs many times are just too destructive to say yes to, and I would encourage all of my colleagues to look at the compromises the President is asking each and every one to make, not just in terms of what we stand to gain, but what is going to be the cost? What is the monetary cost? What is the cost of freedom? What is the opportunity cost that will be delivered to the American people in order for the administration to have their way, to get their income? That is the question we should each ask. What is the cost to the American people in order to protect them, in order to meet the expectations that they have? And we should be listening to the people. Policies are about them. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Oregon.
Madam President, I have one request for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Madam President, it is a pleasure tonight to be making the case for Janet Yellen, former chair of the Federal Reserve, to be the next Secretary of Treasury. It is an awfully easy case to make. Chair Janet Yellen deserves to be in the Senate Confirmation Hall of Fame. She has already been confirmed 4 times for key economic positions. Tonight, the Senate can deliver an especially important economic judgment. Confirm Janet Yellen a 5th time and know that she will work with every single one of us to get our workers, our small businesses, and all Americans from sea to shining sea back on solid economic footing. Tonight, I'm going to spend just a few minutes discussing several important matters we learned from Chair Yellen's confirmation hearing. First, Chair Yellen is an exceptional economist who has a rare gift. She can take complicated economic theories and put them into understandable language, all while showing a real heart for the millions of Americans who are hurting through no fault of their own. I asked Chair Yellen at her confirmation hearing, what will give Americans the most bang for the economic recovery buck? And Chair Yellen simply walked through the priorities, particularly going to bat for our small businesses. I come from a state where we have only a handful of big businesses. We're overwhelmingly a small business state. And in her confirmation hearing, she spoke clearly about those small business needs. And she talked about the concern she has for innovative and important approaches to expanding unemployment benefits, to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our people. And she also focused on reducing hunger and approaches that will help stretch anti-hunger dollars. Second, Chair Yellen knows that it would be a big mistake for the Congress to go small on economic relief. She's acutely aware of what happened in 2009 when the government took its foot off the economic gas pedal too soon, and recovery was compromised as a result. And she also understands that emergency economic relief, like unemployment compensation, needs to last as long as the emergency. It cannot be tied to arbitrary expiration dates where potential agendas come, where potential political agendas come before human needs. There's a reason why the Finance Committee approved her nomination unanimously on Friday morning. And I touched on some of those factors, and I'm going to amplify a little bit. For example, nobody deserves more credit than Chair Yellen for the longest economic expansion in American history. It lasted until the pandemic hit. As Federal Reserve Chair, she led an important change to the status quo in economic policy. Previously, there had been too great a focus on inflation and deficits. Chair Yellen said, let's zero in more on unemployment, income, and inequality. And she believed that the economy could run a bit hotter. The record shows that the Yellen approach was right on. Unemployment went down, wages went up, and a lot of people were better off than they were before. That's exactly the kind of thinking America needs again, because confronting the COVID economy is hammering working families in particular. Again, another clear reason why Janet Yellen's the right pick to be the next Treasury Secretary. The most recent economic data shows that 1.4 million people nationwide had filed new claims for unemployment benefits in the last full week of the previous administration. So, it's not hard to figure out what that means. It's an economic catastrophe. It's more than twice the highest figure from any single week in the Great Recession. That means 1.4 million people, so many working families, are suddenly walking on an economic tightrope every single day, balancing the food costs against the fuel costs against the rent bill, worried about finding a new job, getting a badly needed shift at work, falling behind on rent or the mortgage, feeding their kids, paying the electric bills, paying medical bills, worried that the recovery is headed in reverse, and worried about whether the Congress will be gridlocked. The country lost 140,000 jobs last month. My home state lost more than 25,000, in part because the Senate, in something that just defied common sense, waited around for the recovery to peter out before passing any more relief. Thousands and thousands of neighborhood restaurants and bars and mom and pop businesses have been shuttered. Nearly 11 million workers are out of a job. Another 4 million Americans have fallen out of the labor force entirely since this time last year. Unless the Congress acts boldly and quickly with more relief, the damage from the COVID economic crash will long outlast the pandemic itself. That must not be allowed to happen. The key, of course, is for the Senate to get down to work, and one of the best ways you can do it is to confirm someone who is eminently qualified, Chair Janet Yellen, to be Treasury Secretary. As I touched on, we're looking at working with her on a host of key economic issues. As I've said, as the new chair of the Finance Committee, my first priority will make sure that this Congress does not commit again the mistake of 2009. In 2009, the sense was, well, maybe we're getting there on economic recovery. We'll be able to come back later if maybe we didn't do enough. Well, we all know that a missed opportunity is a missed opportunity. And in 2009, the Congress said, all right, we can take our foot off the gas now. It was too early, and there wasn't any next effort to make up for the damage. I'm committed to making sure that doesn't happen again. And suffice it to say, in 2009, it took 7.5 years for the unemployment rate in Oregon to return to its pre-recession levels. This time around, the Congress has been warned. The warning I'm giving about making sure the Congress doesn't take its foot off the economic relief pedal too soon, it's not the first warning. Chair Powell, for example, made it clear that the biggest danger lies in not doing enough. Increasing relief checks to $2,000 is key. The Congress needs to increase and extend unemployment benefits for the entirety of the COVID crisis. And you do that by, in effect, tying the benefits to the real world, to economic conditions on the ground. And that's been my proposal for some time. Other colleagues have long advanced similar ideas. It is not a revolutionary proposition to say emergency relief should last as long as the emergency. Simply stated, and not be held up, not be held hostage by the arbitrary political agendas of members of Congress. If you don't do it, dysfunction and gridlock in Congress creates still more havoc for people who've done nothing wrong and just need help. A decade ago, that help went away too quickly because benefits expired arbitrarily and Congress did not keep up with extensions. The Congress needs to do better. And I believe that should include important upgrades as well to unemployment insurance, which was created in the last century. I don't think it's too much to say we at least bring a critical safety net program into the relevant century. Now, sometimes these programs look a little rusty in the modern economy. Sometimes it's because of outright sabotage. But workers suffer, particularly Black and Hispanic workers. And so there are steps that need to be taken in addition to modernizing the benefits, increasing base benefits, bringing all workers into the system, and ensuring it can hold up in a crisis. Finally, Chair Yellen had some important comments on fixing America's broken tax code. And I will tell you, Madam President, I start with the proposition that a nurse who's treating COVID patients and paying taxes with every single paycheck should not face themselves in a disadvantaged position when compared to billionaires who, in effect, do no such thing and can postpone and postpone and postpone paying their taxes. Now, there's a lot of work we need to do to repair the 2017 bill. The previous administration actually increased the incentive for corporations to ship jobs overseas. I want to fix that mistake. I want to work with Secretary Yellen on energy policy because so much of it deals with the tax code. And suffice it to say, those are just some of the challenges that Chair Yellen will face when I believe she is confirmed tonight as Treasury Secretary. Supremely qualified, a member, in my view, of the Senate Confirmation Hall of Fame, a proven economic policymaker, and finally, I say to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, it is long past time to have a woman lead the U.S. Treasury Department. Chair Yellen's got my full support as colleagues come for this vote, and it's a significant economic policy vote. Make no mistake about that. I just ask colleagues to reflect on the fact that Chair Yellen was approved by the Finance Committee 26-0. Sometimes I say about this place, I have questions whether you can get a simple decision like ordering a sandwich decided on a 26-0. She was approved unanimously because she gives public service a good name. I urge my colleagues to support Janet Yellen for Secretary of Treasury when we vote in just a few minutes. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Senator from Kansas.
Madam President, thank you. I want to visit this evening on the Senate floor and take this opportunity to recognize a public servant, a leader, our former Secretary of the Army, the Honorable Ryan D. McCarthy. Secretary McCarthy led our nation's Army from September 30, 2019 to January 20, 2021. And during that time, he made it a more modern, agile, and lethal fighting force. We have worked together on a number of projects for Kansans and those who serve or have served on our nation during his tenure as Secretary, Acting Secretary, and Undersecretary of the Army, and I've grown to consider him a good, solid friend. One of my most memorable experiences in the Senate is visiting the 1st Infantry Division, soldiers in Germany and Poland, soldiers that come from Fort Riley, Kansas, with the Secretary, followed by our trip to Afghanistan to meet with troops on the front lines in the global war on terror. Those visits marked the beginning of our friendship, and since then I've appreciated his guidance and his support during his visits to Kansas and our many discussions here in the nation's capital. In 2019, Secretary McCarthy joined me in Kansas to visit Sites Elementary School, which serves families of the Big Red 1 soldiers and on Fort Riley. Secretary McCarthy was instrumental in helping to find funding for this school in 2011 when he was the Special Assistant to Defense Secretary Robert Gates, a Kansan. I was pleased he joined me in Kansas to visit the school and its students that he helped create in 2019. We also met with Fort Riley leadership and then traveled to Wichita to visit defense manufacturing and academic leaders to discuss the future of Army procurement. These personal touch points with soldiers and with the Army community were some of the reasons why Secretary McCarthy was universally respected within the Army family. While I will always appreciate our personal engagements with soldiers, I will also remember our efforts to support soldiers and veterans when they step off the battlefield or separate from military service. This past Veterans Day, we co-authored an editorial that discussed our parallel efforts to support the mental health and well-being of soldiers and veterans. Reports show Americans across the country are feeling isolated and alone in today's socially distanced environment, including our nation's servicemen and women and veteran populations. Between my efforts as chairman of the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee to implement the Commander John Scott Hannon Veterans Mental Health Improvement Act and Secretary McCarthy's effort to build interpersonal connections between soldiers, we are working to give soldiers and veterans the tools they need to overcome mental health challenges they face. As Secretary McCarthy transitions out of the watchful eye of public life, I rise this evening to express my appreciation for his leadership, his character, and his moral compass. He never let politics or convenience influence his decisions, and that has significantly benefited soldiers, Army civilians, and veterans in Kansas and across the nation. As the chairman and now ranking member of the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee, I will always strive to help veterans find success after service. Secretary McCarthy, I have no doubt that you will find success and happiness after your dedicated service to our country. I wish you and your family, and I thank your family for their support of your public service, but I know that you and your family will find a quality life with purpose and meaning as you enter the next phase. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Senator from Louisiana.
I ask unanimous consent to complete my remarks before the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Madam President, I rise today to recognize and thank 3 long-serving aides who have served my office, but more importantly, served our nation proudly, and they are now moving on to the next chapters of their life. First, Chris Gillott. Chris Gillott was my legislative director and for 8 years has been my right-hand person on policy. He never failed to take the ideas we discussed together and craft the actual policy needed to make a meaningful difference in the lives of folks in Louisiana and the lives of all Americans. He was a master at navigating the partisan divide to find areas of consensus upon which we could build to advance real solutions. And as always struck, he's on the first-name basis with the legislative director of and fill in the Democratic senator or the Republican senator's name. You had a sense that in the era before Zoom calls, they would go out and have a beer on a regular basis. And that helped us tremendously. We saw this fully on display recently, as Chris was a central figure in the so-called 908 coalition, which jump-started stalled COVID relief packages. And it wasn't just the relationships between the senators, but again, as I spoke, between the different legislative directors from both parties, all offices. His efforts were also have been central to passing legislation to ban surprise medical billing, a more than 2-year effort that will have a direct and positive impact on the pocketbooks of American families. He was crucial in our effort to make health care more affordable, pass generational tax reform. For every major legislative pursuit, I could rely upon Chris. But many in Louisiana may not know that he's also been a central figure engaged in some of the most pressing issues affecting our state, including offshore energy production, revenue sharing, energy regulation, permitting, the National Flood Insurance Program, and public works related to flood protection, all important to the well-being of our state, the folks who live there, as well as our entire country, and all these were regularly under assault. Chris was a fearless advocate for energy production and for the jobs that energy production creates to not only help meet America's energy needs, but to meet the individual families' financial needs. He has been on the front lines to prevent changes to revenue sharing that would gut the money used in my state for hurricane protection, flood mitigation, and coastal environmental renewal. He has defended the National Flood Insurance Program to ensure that this critical lifeline remains accessible to people across the country and importantly to those in Louisiana. Thank you, Chris, for all that you've done for me and for those of Louisiana. The next person I will speak of is Allison Kapsner-Solly. Allison is a Minnesotan. She said she grew up on the upper end of the Mississippi, but she found a home in the lower end of the Mississippi, or at least the office that represented Louisiana. She joined my staff at the beginning of my first Senate term as a scheduler, but through sheer excellence became Deputy Chief of Staff and a close confidant. Trust is so important. I learned I could always trust Allie's judgment and her ability to accomplish anything. She is irreplaceable. She's had an impact on this office, ensuring that we better serve Louisiana, but that impact has meant that we will better serve Louisiana even after her departure. Well, examples. For any office to succeed, it needs to run efficiently and effectively. I knew this, that we had to have systems. Allie figured out the systems. She implemented them across all the offices here in D.C. and Louisiana. She kept things running smoothly. And she has a skill of identifying an individual's strength and helping that individual leverage those strengths into results that contributed to the whole, but also to the future of the individual. I'm about to say this about Allie, but I could say it of Chris and also of David, whom I'm about to speak of. Mark chapter 10, verses 42 through 45, Jesus speaks about servant leadership. In there is the quote, "The greatest among you shall be your servants." Allie is someone who served others and helped others serve as well. Whether it be our staff, our mission, our constituents, the state of Louisiana, or the United States of America, she served creatively and tirelessly. She will be greatly missed, but I am looking forward to all that she achieves as she enters the next phase of her career. Now let me speak of David Mills, a Louisiana native, a man of tremendous character and deep faith who served for 5 years on my staff. He came to Washington because he felt called to give back to his state and nation through public office, through public service. He was working in Congress for the right reasons, and his work reflected that. David handled pro-life issues and other legal issues for my office. He was key in last year's impeachment trial as an attorney, providing quick, reliable research to supplement my understanding of the testimony that we heard. David also has the ability just to note something others don't notice, and then very gently suggest some modification of how I would handle a situation. And that modification, although nuanced, could be so important. And I really learned to trust those insights. David also handled privacy issues, and he's laid the foundation for work that will continue after he has left us. As society becomes more technologically centered, we must ensure that data privacy laws keep up. David was on the forefront of that, thinking, how do we protect the privacy of consumers? As I mentioned, this will be an important issue in this upcoming Congress. And just let me be specific. David developed legislation on questions regarding the data that is collected from a wearable, a smartwatch, a contact tracing app, and other information that provides personal health information, but which is not covered by current personal health information laws. Our office will continue to build on David's work in those areas, and I thank David for all that he has done. Sometimes, Madam President, people say, oh my gosh, those folks who are younger than those of us in the Senate, is there something lacking? I can promise you among these, there is nothing lacking. They are the leaders that will take your place and my place as we pass the baton to the next generation. In turn, they shall pass to another to leave our future brighter than it has been in the past. And with that, Madam President, I yield.
Is there a sufficient second?
There appears to be.
There appears to be.
Question is on the nomination.
Question is on the nomination.
Yeas and nays are ordered.
The yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Orono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin.
The upside of this quarantine COVID, but you can zoom it all. Yeah. We'll be back at 7. Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cantwell, Cardin, Cassidy, Crapo, Duckworth, Feinstein, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kane, Kelly, Leahy, Menendez, Merkley, Moran, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Cotton, Hawley. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, aye. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Shelby, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Lee, no.
It's not that. It's just I want you to know what we're going to say, so he has the right.
Ms. Warren, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Hagerty, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Braun, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no.
Does any senator wish to vote or change their vote? If not, the yeas are 84, the nays are 15, and the confirmation is confirmed. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Madam President.
Senior Senator from Minnesota.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Madam President.
Junior Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I want to be one of the first senators to congratulate Dr. Yellen, now Secretary Yellen, to be Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. You saw as a strong vote, and there's no doubt that she has the credentials, the experience, the qualifications to be Secretary of the Treasury. Former Chairman of the Fed. I mean, her resume is off the charts, and I know her nomination is historic for so many women across the country, including my 3 daughters. So, Madam President, I'm mentioning this because I certainly intended to vote for now Secretary Yellen, and I was a no vote. And I want to explain my no vote, because I had a very good conversation with her. Just the other day, we covered a whole bunch of topics. Everything from Alaska Native corporations to the strength of the dollar to our debt and deficit, big macroeconomic issues that are important to the country, particularly as we're in a recession, important to my state. But we got to the topic of energy. And reluctantly, I am saying this now because I was a bit shocked, that despite a long, robust discussion, it was very difficult to get her, from my perspective, to commit to being a Secretary of the Treasury, the most important economic player in any cabinet, in any government, in the U.S. government, besides, of course, the President, to commit to being a strong advocate for a robust, all-of-the-above energy sector for the U.S. economy. Now, Madam President, this is not a radical proposition. I would argue that every Secretary of the Treasury since Alexander Hamilton has been a robust supporter of resource development in our energy sector. Again, all of it, renewables, oil, gas. And the reason is because it's been such an important driver of economic growth and jobs for pretty much our entire nation's existence. And now that we're in this recession, deep recession, and we need job growth, good job growth, and we need a strong recovery, to me, having the Secretary of the Treasury be a strong proponent in the debates about policy for the energy sector, I thought was a no-brainer. As a matter of fact, I think pretty much every Secretary of the Treasury has been that person. And again, the 2008-2009 recession, the deep Great Recession, the #1 driver of economic growth and job growth and capital formation for the U.S. economy was the energy sector. And it was supported. Democrats and Republicans for decades have supported a strong energy sector. But despite a long, respectful debate with now Secretary Yellen, who I certainly want to have a good relationship with, could not get that commitment, which I thought was surprising. As a matter of fact, I thought it was shocking. And it's the reason I reluctantly voted no, because again, she is very qualified. Madam President, what's going on here is we're starting to see policies that I believe need a national debate. A national debate. We're starting to see policies. Yes, we all want renewables, clean energy, but we have a really important, strong energy sector. Prior to the pandemic, we were the world's superpower of energy again. One of the reasons we won World War II is because of our energy sector. And the men and women who have been producing energy, all of the above energy, are great patriotic workers who've been doing it for decades to the benefit of every single American. But we need a debate, because what I'm starting to see with the new administration, unfortunately, and I've had discussions, and hopefully they're not going to go down this path, is executive actions that are going to target certain sectors of the energy sector of the U.S. economy. Natural gas. We can be dominant in natural gas for 100 years. We're going to start targeting workers in the natural gas sector. Oil. I know some people don't like oil, but it's important. We can do all of this, but right now there seems to be hostility towards this sector and the workers and no debate. We should have that debate. It's an important debate. It's really important to my state, but I think it's really important to America. Every Secretary of the Treasury for the last 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 decades since World War II has always sought the goal of getting America back to energy independence. That's good for jobs. It's good for low-cost manufacturing. It's good to reduce the heating and energy bills of American families. It's good for our national security. It's good for our foreign policy. And we are pretty much on the verge of doing this. And now we're going to start to unilaterally disarm? We've gotten to the point where I can't find anyone, and I hope I'm wrong, in the Biden administration cabinet who's going to be a proponent of a strong energy sector. Who is it? I was hoping it was going to be the Secretary of the Treasury. Maybe in our long discussion I misinterpreted where she's going to be on this issue, but pretty much every previous secretary, Democrat, Republican, in the history of our great nation has really, really been an advocate for the men and women who work in this sector and for the economic growth it brings and for the help it brings to families and the good jobs it brings. So, Madam President, that's the rationale behind my vote. You know, right now, I think we're starting to see, whether it's the Keystone Pipeline decision, the men and women in the building trades who have built this country through hard work, they're being laid off by the thousands. We've had a big scare back home in my state. All weekend I was working this issue of these executive orders from the Biden administration, where it looked like it was going to send hundreds of people home, unemployed, oil and gas workers in my state. Why? I hope that's not the case, especially during a recession, but we need a debate on it. And I certainly hope somebody in this administration, when their principals meetings, talk about how we get good jobs, strong working class. I've noticed the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, keeps talking about we're going to base our policies on working class families. You can't get more blue collar, strong, middle class than these energy sector jobs. So I certainly want to have a good, constructive relationship with the Secretary of the Treasury and her team. But given the people I represent and what I'm starting to see right now, I could not in good conscience vote yes when the basic question of, are you committed and will be a strong advocate for a strong energy sector? All of the above, you name it, renewables, natural gas, wind, solar, all the above. And because I couldn't get that commitment, I reluctantly voted no on someone who's got a background and experience in these other areas that's important for the country. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Madam President, I have hastened to the floor because I was upstairs waiting for the House managers to bring the articles over, and I heard my friend, the distinguished senator from Alaska, talking about his concern about the fossil fuel part of the energy sector and his dissatisfaction with what the Secretary of the Treasury was able to assure him in that regard. And I just wanted to note that I missed a moment of the senator's remarks when I came walking down here. But as best I could tell, the senator never mentioned the term climate change, never referenced carbon emissions. And I have to say, if we're going to deal with our energy sector, we have to deal with it in a way that takes into account carbon emissions and climate change. You can't just whistle past those things, Madam President, and pretend that they're not real, and act as if we can continue to go forward the way we always have, releasing carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, poisoning our oceans with acidification, warming the planet, putting coastal communities like mine at grave risk from sea level rise and storm surge. We have to address those things. And as we go forward in this new Congress, I very much hope that my friend Senator Sullivan and I will be able to work together to address that exact problem, to make sure that not only is our energy mix strong for our economy, but to make absolutely sure that we are not sacrificing the safety of our planet, the economic security of our future generations, the health of people all around the planet who have really no choice but to live close to the land and feel the pounding of climate change in their immediate lives every day. We have to address those things, and I hope we will. So having heard his side of the argument, I just wanted to come back to the floor and offer the other side. And somewhere between us, there is a resolution, because I know perfectly well that the state of Alaska is getting hit by the acidification and warming side, by the sea level rise and storm surge side of this problem, just as much as Rhode Island is. And perhaps because, as my friend constantly reminds me, Alaska has a huge advantage of size over Rhode Island. One could even imagine that they are having more of an effect than Rhode Island. So with those comments and with affection and regard for my colleague from Alaska, I yield the floor.
The senator from Alaska.
As a lot of our colleagues here know, Senator Whitehouse is not just a distinguished senator, but one of my very good friends here in the U.S. Senate. So I always respect what he has to say, and I appreciate his words. And he and I have done a lot of work, some key work, particularly on issues of the environment, cleaning up our oceans, ocean acidification, and I look forward to continuing to work with him. My point is that, and climate change is certainly happening in my state, we're seeing it, no doubt about it. My point is, when you have an economy that's in recession, and you have tens of thousands, literally hundreds of thousands of people out of work, and you have a sector that's important, critical actually, the energy sector, no doubt about it. I know we can use words like spewing and polluters. The energy sector has been one of the things that has made this country so strong, with great jobs and middle-class jobs, and people can't deny that. And all I'm asking for is the new Secretary of the Treasury has to look at that when we're looking at the whole U.S. economy and the strength of our recovery and good-paying jobs. That has to be taken into account. And what I worry is that it's not, and we need a debate. And I would welcome it with my good friend on what is the strategy. But the strategy out of the box can't be, we're going to go after these oil and gas jobs and put people out of work. and replace it with what? We had a hearing in the Commerce Committee with the new Transportation Secretary, incoming Transportation Secretary. A lot of people ask, well, what are you going to replace it with? What are you telling the 10,000 guys who just lost their job on the Keystone Pipeline what their new job is going to be? They have mortgages. They have tuition to pay. They're out of work right now. So we need a strategy. Look, I look forward to working with all these issues with my good friend from Rhode Island. But it is, I think, a first. If you look back at the great history of this nation, if you don't have a U.S. Treasury Secretary or other members of the cabinet who are for a robust, strong energy sector, which of course would include renewables, that's new, that's different, and I think it's very troubling, particularly as it relates to the jobs that I think are going to be sacrificed on a policy and a strategy that I have not seen the meat and bones of yet. I'm just seeing the damage, and a lot of the damage is starting to happen to people I care about, particularly in my state, who work in these sectors and are great Americans who have helped build this country, built my state, and we can't just disregard them and say, don't worry, you're going to get a green job later. It's tough to tell people that. It's tough to tell people that when they got a mortgage and tuition, and we're relying on that. So I commit to continue to work with these issues and others with my friend from Rhode Island. I appreciate him coming down here, but I wanted to explain my vote on an issue that I think we need to debate here in the Senate that's important for our nation. I yield the floor.
The senator from Rhode Island.
I would just close by suggesting that perhaps my friend, the senator from Alaska, can sympathize, since he fears that the interests that he came to the floor here to defend will not be listened to. Perhaps he can sympathize with the fact that for 4 years, an entire administration wouldn't give the time of day to the sea level rise concerns that are threatening my state. We are talking about Freddie Mac, talking about a property value crash across all of our coasts that's going to cause enormous harm to Rhode Island. And we just left an administration that wouldn't pay one iota of attention to that. They had fossil fuel industry climate deniers, and there is such a thing. Not everybody in the fossil fuel industry is that way, but they picked the bottom feeders to bring into government. So I share the senator's frustration, but let me say, I've got it about 10,000 times over after having lived with the Trump administration for the past 4 years and gotten nothing, having tried to bring serious climate debate to the floor and knowing that the Republican leader was going to block it. So yeah, I sympathize with his distress, and I hope he sympathizes with my rather greater cumulative distress from the last 4 years. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
An historic evening in the U.S. Senate in a couple of ways. Just a few minutes ago, They, by a 84-15 vote, approved Janet Yellen, the former chair of the Federal Reserve, as the next Treasury Secretary. She becomes the first female Treasury Secretary in the department's history, one of the oldest cabinet positions. Historic evening in another way, too. In about 15 minutes or so, we're going to see House impeachment managers walk over from the other side of the Capitol, carrying with them one article of impeachment. This will be the second impeachment of a president. He's been impeached in the trial, impeached in the U.S. House, and a Senate trial in 2 weeks that will have that same now former president, Donald J. Trump, before it. One article of impeachment. We expect that walk from the House side to happen at about 6:55 Eastern, so 15 minutes or so. That article will then be read on the Senate floor at about 7 o'clock or so. The Senate's in a quorum call now. As we mentioned, they just approved Janet Yellen as Treasury Secretary. Still presiding in the chair is Senator Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin. And she tweeted right after the vote, she said, "I voted for Janet Yellen to become the first woman to lead U.S. Treasury in its 231-year history." And the majority leader, the Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, tweeting at the Treasury Department, "There are long hallways where portraits hang of all 77 Treasury Secretaries, all men, all the way back to Alexander Hamilton. I'm thrilled to vote for Janet Yellen today and add the first portrait of a woman to that hallway." Off the floor of the Senate just a few minutes ago as well, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee voting out the nomination of Anthony Blinken, former Deputy Secretary of State in the Obama administration. He's been nominated for Secretary of State. That's been approved by the Foreign Relations Committee. We should get an update in the next few hours or so on when that will come to the full floor of the U.S. Senate. But again, what we're watching for here in about 10 minutes, and we have cameras on that side of the Capitol all the way through the rotunda that will follow the House managers. There are 9 of them led by Jamie Raskin of Maryland. They will cross Statuary Hall, cross the rotunda, and head over to the Senate to present the article of impeachment. We expect, again, about 6:55 Eastern, followed by the reading of that, and all of that live here on C-SPAN 2. Well, what you're seeing there is switching out at the president's chair. Senator Patrick Leahy taking the chair, and he will preside over the Senate trial of former President Donald Trump. Our Capitol Hill producer Craig Kaplan notes that the president pro tempore, Patrick Leahy, Vermont's longest-serving senator. He's also the 5th longest-serving senator in Senate history and is scheduled to pass the late Senator Ted Kennedy of Massachusetts for 4th place this fall. In just about 5 minutes or so, we'll start to see walking across the Capitol from the House side the 9 impeachment managers. One of those is Joaquin Castro of Texas, who tweets that with Speaker Pelosi and the House managers, I will deliver the article of impeachment to the Senate at 7 p.m. as President Donald Trump incited a deadly insurrection at the U.S. Capitol and against our democracy. He must be tried, convicted, and held accountable. The Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says about that tonight, the House managers will deliver the article of impeachment against Donald Trump and to the Senate. Tomorrow, senators will be sworn in as judges and jurors in the trial, and the Senate will issue its summons to Donald Trump. And one more from Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky. Republican Senator Paul says, I object to this unconstitutional sham of an impeachment trial, and I will force a vote on whether the Senate can hold a trial of a private citizen. All of that, the trial we expect anyway, to get underway in about 2 weeks on February 9th, the scheduled date. We'll hear more about that in a bit as we await the walk of the impeachment managers across to the U.S. Senate. The U.S. Senate, a short while ago, approving Janet Yellen as the next Secretary of the Treasury, 84-15. And the next and notable item on their agenda this evening is awaiting the arrival of House impeachment managers. There are 9 of them, led by Jamie Raskin of Maryland. They will be delivering shortly the one article of impeachment approved by the U.S. House last week. and that article will be read to the U.S. Senate. And that will conclude the business so far this evening. More to come tomorrow in the Senate, with the trial expected to get underway in about 2 weeks.
Hopefully, don't show that.
Majority Leader.
The quorum. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection. For the rest, the hour of 7 p.m. having arrived, the acting Sergeant at Arms will present the managers on the part of the House of Representatives.
Mr. President and members of the Senate, I announce the presence of the managers on the part of the House of Representatives to conduct proceedings on behalf of the House concerning the impeachment of Donald John Trump, former President of the United States.
The managers on the part of the House will be received and escorted to the well of the Senate. Sergeant at Arms will make the proclamation.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silent on pain of imprisonment while the House of Representatives is exhibiting to the Senate of the United States an article of impeachment against Donald John Trump, former President of the United States.
The managers on the part of the House will proceed.
Mr. President, the managers on the part of the House of Representatives are here and present and ready to present the article of impeachment, which has been preferred by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, former President of the United States. The House adopted the following resolution, which with the permission of the Senate, I will read. House Resolution 40 in the House of Representatives, United States, January 13th, 2021, resolved that Mr. Raskin, Ms. DeGette, Mr. Cicilline, Mr. Castro of Texas, Mr. Swalwell, Mr. Liu, Ms. Plaskett, Mr. Neguse, and Ms. Dean are appointed managers to conduct the impeachment trial against Donald John Trump, President of the United States, that a message be sent to the Senate to inform the Senate of the appointments, and that the managers so appointed may, in connection with the preparation and the conduct of the trial, exhibit the article of impeachment to the Senate and take all other actions necessary, which may include the following: employing legal, clerical, and other necessary assistance, and incurring such other expenses as may be necessary to be paid from amounts available to the Committee on the Judiciary under applicable expense resolutions or from the applicable accounts of the House of Representatives. 2, sending for persons and papers and filing with the Secretary of the Senate on the part of the House of Representatives any pleadings in conjunction with or subsequent to the exhibition of the articles of impeachment that the managers consider necessary. Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives. With the permission of the Senate, I will now read the article of impeachment. House Resolution 24 in the House of Representatives, United States, January 13th, 2021. Resolved that Donald John Trump, President of the United States, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and that the following article of impeachment be exhibited to the United States Senate. Article of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States of America in the name of itself and of the people of the United States of America against Donald John Trump, President of the United States of America, in maintenance and support of its impeachment against him for high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 1, incitement of insurrection. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Further, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution prohibits any person who has, quote, engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States from holding any office under the United States, unquote. In his conduct while President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath faithfully to execute the office of the President of the United States and to the best of his ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald John Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors by inciting violence against the government of the United States, in that on January 6, 2021, pursuant to the 12th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, the House of Representatives, and the Senate met at the United States Capitol for a joint session of Congress to count the votes of the Electoral College. In the months preceding the joint session, President Trump repeatedly issued false statements asserting that the presidential election results were the product of widespread fraud and should not be accepted by the American people or certified by state or federal officials. Shortly before the joint session commenced, President Trump addressed a crowd at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C. There, he reiterated false claims that we won this election and we won it by a landslide. He also willfully made statements that in context encouraged and foreseeably resulted in lawless action at the Capitol, such as, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Thus incited by President Trump, members of the crowd he had addressed in an attempt to, among other objectives, interfere with the joint session's solemn constitutional duty to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election, unlawfully breached and vandalized the Capitol, injured and killed law enforcement personnel, menaced members of Congress, the Vice President, and congressional personnel, and engaged in other violent, deadly, destructive, and seditious acts. President Trump's conduct on January 6, 2021 followed his prior efforts to subvert and obstruct the certification of the results of the 2020 presidential election. Those prior efforts included a phone call on January 2nd, 2021, during which President Trump urged the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, to, quote, find enough votes to overturn the Georgia presidential election results, and threatened Secretary Raffensperger if he failed to do so. In all this, President Trump gravely endangered the security of the United States and its institutions of government. He threatened the integrity of the democratic system, interfered with the peaceful transition of power, and imperiled a co-equal branch of government. He thereby betrayed his trust as president to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to national security, democracy, and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. Donald John Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives. Mr. President, that completes the exhibition of the article of impeachment against Donald John Trump, President of the United States. The managers request that the Senate take order for the trial. The managers now request leave to withdraw.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. And the Senate will duly notify the House of Representatives when it is ready to proceed with the trial. Thank you.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Well, House impeachment managers have done their job for the evening anyway. For the second time in just over a year, they walked across the Capitol and delivered this time just one single article of impeachment to the U.S. Senate as the trial of former President Donald J. Trump will get underway in the U.S. Senate. We expect the Senate to gavel out here shortly, but back tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern. They will swear in senators for the trial. They'll also talk about filing of pretrial motions, setting some deadlines, and issuing a summons for the president and his attorneys and setting the dates for the trial, which will happen the week of February the 8th. The date that's been mentioned is Tuesday, February the 9th. So the work is done for this evening, but the process has started, entering territory that nobody in U.S. history has seen before, the impeachment of a former president. One article of impeachment, an article of incitement of insurrection. We've linked to that, of course, on our website. You can read that at cspan.org. The Senate this evening, earlier, just before hearing from the impeachment managers, with a historic vote approving Janet Yellen as the next Treasury Secretary. A vote 84-15. She becomes the first woman to head Treasury. Next up in the Senate, Antony Blinken as Secretary of State. His nomination was approved by the Foreign Relations Committee earlier this evening by a vote of 15-3. The Senate continuing in a quorum call. They're on their way to gaveling out for the evening. It shouldn't be long now. They have approved the nomination of Janet Yellen to be the next Treasury Secretary. And just minutes ago, they heard from the House impeachment managers, led by Jamie Raskin, of Maryland, who read the impeachment against the president, the article of impeachment, the one article incitement of insurrection. We're going to show you that reading here in this quorum call as much as we can anyway until the next senator steps up to the microphone.
Mr. President, the managers on the part of the House of Representatives are here and present and ready to present the article of impeachment, which has been preferred by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, former President of the United States. the House adopted the following resolution, which with the permission of the Senate, I will read. House Resolution 40 in the House of Representatives, United States, January 13th, 2021, resolved that Mr. Raskin, Ms. DeGette, Mr. Cicilline, Mr. Castro of Texas, Mr. Swalwell, Mr. Liu, Ms. Plaskett, Mr. Neguse, and Ms. Dean are appointed managers to conduct the impeachment trial against Donald John Trump, President of the United States, that a message be sent to the Senate to inform the Senate of the appointments, and that the manager so appointed may, in connection with the preparation and the conduct of the trial, exhibit the article of impeachment to the Senate and take all other actions necessary, which may include the following: employing legal, clerical, and other necessary assistance, and incurring such other expenses as may be necessary to be paid from amounts available to the Committee on the Judiciary under applicable expense resolutions or from the applicable accounts of the House of Representatives. 2, sending for persons and papers and filing with the Secretary of the Senate on the part of the House of Representatives any pleadings in conjunction with or subsequent to the exhibition of the articles of impeachment that the managers consider necessary. Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives. With the permission of the Senate, I will now read the article of impeachment. House Resolution 24 in the House of Representatives, United States, January 13th, 2021. Resolved that Donald John Trump, President of the United States, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and that the following article of impeachment be exhibited to the United States Senate. Article of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States of America in the name of itself and of the people of the United States of America against Donald John Trump, President of the United States of America, in maintenance and support of its impeachment against him for high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 1, incitement of insurrection. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Further, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution prohibits any person who has, quote, engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States from holding any office under the United States, unquote. In his conduct while President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath faithfully to execute the office of the President of the United States and to the best of his ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald John Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors by inciting violence against the government of the United States, in that on January 6, 2021, pursuant to the 12th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, the House of Representatives, and the Senate met at the United States Capitol for a joint session of Congress to count the votes of the Electoral College. In the months preceding the joint session, President Trump repeatedly issued false statements asserting that the presidential election results were the product of widespread fraud and should not be accepted by the American people or certified by state or federal officials. Shortly before the joint session commenced, President Trump addressed a crowd at the Ellipse in Washington, D.C. There, he reiterated false claims that we won this election and we won it by a landslide. He also willfully made statements that in context encouraged and foreseeably resulted in lawless action at the Capitol, such as, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Thus incited by President Trump, members of the crowd he had addressed in an attempt to, among other objectives, interfere with the joint session's solemn constitutional duty to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election, unlawfully breached and vandalized the Capitol, injured and killed law enforcement personnel, menaced members of Congress, the Vice President, and congressional personnel, and engaged in other violent, deadly, destructive, and seditious acts. President Trump's conduct on January 6, 2021 followed his prior efforts to subvert and obstruct the certification of the results of the 2020 presidential election. Those prior efforts included a phone call on January 2nd, 2021, during which President Trump urged the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, to, quote, find enough votes to overturn the Georgia presidential election results and threatened Secretary Raffensperger if he failed to do so. In all this, President Trump gravely endangered the security of the United States and its institutions of government. He threatened the integrity of the democratic system, interfered with the peaceful transition of power, and imperiled a co-equal branch of government. He thereby betrayed his trust as president to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to national security, democracy, and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. Donald John Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives. Mr. President, that completes the exhibition of the article of impeachment against Donald John Trump, President of the United States. The managers request that the Senate take order for the trial. The managers now request leave to withdraw.
Jamie Raskin, the lead House impeachment manager, he's joined by 8 other House members. That's about a half an hour ago. They're reading the one article of impeachment, incitement of insurrection against now former President Donald J. Trump, with the trial itself set to get underway tomorrow. Actually, the preliminaries tomorrow. The Senate will come in at 1 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. They will swear in all the senators tomorrow. They will talk about the deadlines and file briefs and then set some of the timeline for the coming weeks. The week of February the 8th is when the trial is set to get underway. In fact, more specifically on Tuesday, February 9th, we expect the first presentation again, going back a little over a year. The House managers will come back over to the House side. They will present the case against Donald Trump, the one article of impeachment, and the senators sit as a jury. Not Rob Portman, Senator Patrick Leahy of Vermont will sit as the presiding officer, not Chief Justice John Roberts, in a twist. This is something that we have not seen before in U.S. history, the impeachment, at least, of a former president. And we'll have it all for you here on C-SPAN 2. The Senate in a quorum call on this Monday evening, what has been a somewhat productive evening in the Senate, and earlier passing approving the nomination of Janet Yellen to be the Treasury Secretary. The vote 84-15. She will become the first female Treasury Secretary in U.S. history. And also, for the first time in U.S. history, the beginnings of the proceedings against a former president, with the House impeachment managers walking over to the Senate earlier and delivering the article of impeachment, reading that article of impeachment on the Senate floor. We're joined next by Stephen Dennis, who is Bloomberg Senate reporter, covering the Senate side of things. And Stephen Dennis, that ritual of the impeachment managers, not all that unfamiliar. It happened a little over a year ago in the original impeachment of then President Trump, but an all-new territory here for everyone, historic territory. So what precedents do you think that the Senate Democrats will use in their proceedings against a former president?
You know, I think this is going to be a very different trial than we saw last year, even though this was a very similar sight to see, you know, the somber procession across the Capitol. The one difference being that they didn't have large trunks of evidence, because, you know, this trial, this impeachment is basically based on what everybody saw and heard on January 6th, something that viscerally happened to every lawmaker as they were chased out of the building, essentially, and what Trump did and did not do on that day, first with his speech, and then as they were sort of cowering in these secure rooms, a number of them were trying to reach the president and trying to get him to get people to tell people to leave the building, and it took hours for him to do that. So, you know, there's a lot of bipartisan anger in the Senate and in the House. You had 10 people vote for impeachment, 10 Republicans. But, you know, the circumstances here where he is an ex-president has given a lot of Republicans sort of an easy out here. A lot of Republicans are saying that it would be either divisive, unwise, or even unconstitutional to have a trial and to convict the ex-president. And so I think for Democrats, they were really trying to extend the trial last time around. They wanted to have a lot of witnesses brought in. They wanted to have subpoenas. They wanted to really continue digging. This time around, they've got the Senate majority. They have the White House. They have the House. They have a whole agenda they want to pass. They have a virus relief package. They have cabinet confirmations. And so I think they're going to be looking for a much faster trial. And based on, publicly available documents, recordings, et cetera. So, we still don't know exactly what the process is going to be. Both parties still have to work out exactly how long it's going to take and what the rules will be.
Some of the structure that will we see, for example, as they get underway tomorrow and swearing in the senators as the jurors for this trial. Rand Paul had tweeted earlier this evening about possibly trying to raise a motion against even proceeding. Will we likely see that tomorrow or in the early phases of the trial in 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think we could see some of that tomorrow. It's not entirely clear how it's, going to proceed, whether there will be a resolution that Schumer and McConnell will have agreed to by then, sort of setting the parameters for the trial, or whether there will only be an agreement on sort of the opening proceedings. Normally under the existing Senate rules, they have to have the trial every day from here on out, 6 days a week, starting at noon. So they have to have an agreement to extend into February 8th, which is what McConnell and Schumer have sort of agreed on, at least that basic time frame. In the meantime, they can do cabinet confirmations and maybe some kind of a virus relief interim package.
Well, already on the Republican side, there's some concerns, some questions raised about why Patrick Leahy was chosen to preside and not Chief Justice John Roberts.
Right. So if Trump was still the president, John Roberts, under the Constitution, is supposed to be in the chair for a trial of the president. That's what it says in the Constitution. Well, Trump is no longer the president. He was the president. And so Instead, they're going to have Patrick Leahy, the president pro tem of the Senate, preside over the trial. He's the senior-most Democrat. Ironically, he was elected in 1974 in the wake of Watergate, a former prosecutor. I think some Republicans, Lindsey Graham, have said they're fine with Leahy and think he'll be fair. There was some question whether Kamala Harris would preside, but that's not going to happen. I'm sure she's happy to not be tied down hour after hour in this trial.
What's your sense of where the former majority, now minority leader, Mitch McConnell, is on conviction?
I think he's in a tight spot because I think he clearly was horrified by what happened. He was angry that Trump was trying to overturn the election results. He had a very fiery speech before the riots. He had a fiery speech afterwards, and then on January 19th, the day before the inauguration, he said that mob had been fed lies and provoked by the president. And so it's pretty clear that McConnell puts a lot of blame for what happened and on the president. And so he may want to vote to convict. And yet, on the other hand, he is the leader of his party. Clearly, a lot of Republicans don't want to go against Trump. There would be a clear backlash among Republican voters and potentially cause him some trouble within his own conference, especially if you're not going to get to those 17 Senate Republicans that would be needed to actually convict Trump and have a break, a real break from Trump and bar him from running again. But on the other hand, so he's in a tight spot here. And you do see a lot of other Senate Republicans, including John Cornyn, who has hopes of succeeding McConnell at some point as the top Republican leader, saying that it would set a bad precedent, and you have others saying it'd be unconstitutional. There's never been a trial of an ex-president before, and sort of open up a Pandora's box. And right now, there's only really a handful of Republican senators who have been really, really sharply critical of the president and said that what happened was impeachable. And we really don't have anybody saying that they will definitely vote to convict.
Clearly,
I think it's a tough question here for McConnell and exactly how he's going to vote.
Clearly, the specter of January 6th, the attack, is going to hang over this. Even from the start, our Capitol Hill producer Craig Kaplan pointed out that Jennifer Hemingway, now the acting Senate Sergeant at Arms, was the woman who led them into the chamber, the House, and called the Senate to order to hear the impeachment article. She's acting Sergeant at Arms because the Sergeants at Arms of the Senate and the House and the Capitol Police Chief all resigned in the wake of that attack on the Capitol on January 6th. As we get underway, what else are you looking for, not only from inside the Senate, but from public reaction?
Yeah, I think, I think one thing that's just really different is the previous impeachment was about Ukraine, a country probably most Americans couldn't find on a map. This is something that happened right here in the heart of democracy. A Capitol Police officer is dead. Another one committed suicide. And this happened to these lawmakers. They were the target of the mob. They were chased out of that room where they're going to be hearing this trial. And so I think that there's going to be sort of some interesting soul searching from some of these senators. I think one of the things that probably hasn't gotten enough attention is not so much the speech that Trump gave or the 2 months he spent trying to pressure governors and others to overturn the election results. It's the hours that they spent in that room with people like Susan Collins, a Republican senator of Maine, saying that they were on the phone trying to get White House officials to get Trump to tell the mob to leave. And he didn't do that. It took him hours to get to that point where he said to go home. And that's something that I think is going to be really problematic for Trump's defense. And it's probably why you're seeing a lot of Republicans not really defending Trump's behavior. They're instead saying, hey, they're making process arguments about whether it's a good idea, whether it would divide the country, whether it's constitutional, and very few people are saying, hey, you know what? Trump really won that election, and he was within his rights to send a crowd to the Capitol to pressure us to overturn it.
Well, Stephen Dennis, we appreciate your reporting. We'll look forward to more. And he's on Twitter at Stephen T. Dennis. Thanks so much for being with us.
Anytime.
And the Senate continuing in the quorum call, as you can see, they have largely finished their business for the day. As we just discussed, the article of impeachment introduced by the House managers earlier, and the approval today, earlier, the confirmation of Janet Yellen to be the next Treasury Secretary. The vote 84-15. She'll be the first female Treasury Secretary in the department's 231-year history. Well, just a little over an hour ago or so, the impeachment managers in the House came over to the Senate and read the one article of impeachment against former President Donald Trump. The Senate will gavel in tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern. They'll swear in senators. The senators acting in an impeachment trial, of course, as the jurors. It'll be Patrick Leahy, the Democrat from Vermont, who is the president pro tempore under the new 50-50 Senate. The Democrats in majority now, with Vice President Kamala Harris as the president of the Senate. So Patrick Leahy will preside, and tomorrow they'll come in at 1. They'll swear in. They will file some motions and begin the process of the trial. But the trial itself won't start until the week of February the 8th. If you saw earlier, the Democratic side of the aisle, on the left side, as we're looking down on the floor now, was fairly full of senators. On the right side, there were just 3 senators, according to a couple of reporters and producers who were in the room. Mitch McConnell, the minority leader, Mitt Romney, and the new senator from Kansas, former Representative Roger Marshall, were the only 3 Republican senators in the room when the article of impeachment was read by Jamie Raskin of Maryland. He is the lead House impeachment manager. There are 8 other managers, and again, their job will be to, once the trial starts, is to present the case of the U.S. House. The House impeached the president 1 week after the attack on the Capitol, so January the 13th, and then today, here 12 days later, presenting that article of impeachment on the Senate floor. The Senate in a fairly lengthy quorum call here, but we don't expect any significant legislative work or speeches for the rest of this evening anyway. The Senate earlier today confirmed Janet Yellen to be the next Treasury Secretary of the United States by a vote 84 to 15. Next up is the nomination of Anthony Blinken for Secretary of State, the majority leader at the Senate floor.
Madam President, are we in a quorum, Madam President?
Majority Leader? We are.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 3 of the Senate Rules of Impeachment, at 2:30 tomorrow, January 26, 2021, the Senate proceed to the consideration of the article of impeachment of Donald John Trump, former President of the United States.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Res 15, submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 15, authorizing the taking of a photograph in the chamber of the United States Senate.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate shall proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that upon the conclusion of morning business Tuesday, January 26th, the Senate proceed to executive session, the Foreign Relations Committee be discharged from, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the nomination of Anthony Blinken to be the Secretary of State. Further, that the time until 12 noon be divided equally between the two leaders or the designees, with Senator Menendez permitted to speak for up to 5 minutes, and that at 12 noon the Senate vote without intervening action or debate on the nomination, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be made and laid upon the table, the President be immediately notified of the Senate actions.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 10 a.m. Tuesday, January 26th. Further, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Further, that upon the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the Blinken nomination as provided under the previous order. That following the confirmation vote on Blinken, the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each, and that Senator Paul be recognized to speak up to 15 minutes for debate only. Finally, following the debate, the remarks of Senator Paul, the Senate recess until 2:15 to allow for the weekly conference meetings.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
And I would like to clarify that PN 78-3, the nomination of Anthony Blinken to be Secretary of State, is calendar number 3.
Can I withdraw the motion to discharge? Can I withdraw?
And I withdraw the motion,
Vitiate the motion.
and I vitiate the motion to discharge.
Without objection.
Okay. Did she? Okay. All senators, there'll be a live quorum at 2:15 p.m. Senators are asked to report to the floor at that time. At 2:30, the oath will be administered to the presiding officer and members of the Senate for the impeachment trial of Donald John Trump, former President of the United States. If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
And in the morning tomorrow, they would take up the nomination of Anthony Blinken to be Secretary of State with a vote expected tomorrow. Then in the afternoon, we're hearing from the majority leader there at 2:30. They will swear in senators for the impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump. They will file some deadlines.